Hello and welcome back. Here at Bard College, we love entertaining you with massively complex battles with about 500 tokens and spellcasters on either side. So if you would like to rewatch that battle and you missed last week, I can recommend it. If you love rules and conflicting rules and sub-narratives, it was quite a big epic battle, the conclusion of which meant that all of the denizens of the Hall of the Dawn Chorus lived. Not only were many of them protected in battle from the oncoming Crimson Mist foes, but even those that were injured were aided in the aftermath. At the culmination of the battle, Devotion, who had appeared as a elegant purple tiefling since Redemption had met her, transformed into a celestial being known as a Coatl, kind of like a lesser flying angelic dragon. And they could not stay, leaving the Hall of the Dawn Chorus in the care of her most elusive follower. We will return that evening with people being tended to, or having finished being tended to, by the various casters of healing magic. Not only Mia and Red themselves, and Jacob, I think, as well, but two priests who kind of barely got a chance to introduce themselves. I think Red, one of them, a rather tall, slow Goliath, would come up to you once that they'd found an opportune moment, and they would kneel down and say, "Shine on, my friend. Those were truly remarkable heroics." You wouldn't recognize this priest. They're relatively new to the Hall of the Dawn Chorus.
Goliath, you said.
Mm-hmm.
Praise be to the dawn. I think Red's kind of like quite distracted and looking off to the distance and looking up when she saw Devotion disappear.
I see that neither of us knew that we were in the presence of a celestial being.
No. Well,
they put their considerable hand on your shoulder, and it kind of comes down on you with a little bit too much force. And this Goliath kind of grins at you with the enthusiasm of a child looking for approval.
What's your name?
I'm Valin.
All right, Valin. Well, let's get busy, shall we? It's a full house tonight. Let's make sure everyone's got something to eat and isn't too shaken up. We'll check the we'll just go and check the perimeter, and then she'll kind of head out to walk out of the exit.
As you leave, Valin rises to meet you. Brona will see to the hungry masses as they have the past few days. Giovanni is the one who's overseen our precious artifacts. We should make sure that they are also secure as well as the perimeter.
Of course. If I brush past Mir on the way, I'll briefly tell her about those artifacts. You can go and take a look at them, and then she's probably almost having half a panic attack and going under a little bit, so she's briskly rushing off towards the exit to get some air.
Whoa. I think I'd go with Red. Everything okay? Obviously that was a mess, but are you all right?
Yeah. I just need some air.
Something happened?
Didn't you see, maybe you didn't in the fray, Devotion, she, I don't know how to put it into words.
I saw she changed, but I assumed there was temporary.
No, it didn't seem temporary.
As you both step outside, the cold night air provides you with a sense of clarity. There is still, however, this kind of acrid, necrotic stench on the air. There's still blood, fresh and old, in the entranceway, smashed windows. The house at the Hall of the Dawn Chorus has seen better days.
I think when she gets outside and tries to breathe in some of the air, probably coughs on it a little bit, being acrid and gross, and she'll kind of slump into a corner and get tearful.
I'll go and sit next to her and just put an arm around her.
And what the rest of you like to do?
Which one of the priests were the one that was downed? That wasn't the one that Red was talking to.
No. You. The other one that joined the battle.
Yeah, the other one.
was Brona.
It was the last. It was Bronan. As the
Brona.
last person. Brona.
Mhm.
She.
Yeah.
So she was the last one that was out. That Mariusz helped, seeing everybody else is helping everyone else, but he's the only thing he can, which is the life transference, which he keeps only for special occasions, which effectively includes feeding somebody a bit of his blood as part of the blood magic. So after he's done that and made sure that Brona is okay.
Brona enthusiastically drinks without really realizing what they're doing, and kind of revitalized. There's this kind of silent expression of guilt and surprise, but they think better of asking you about it.
Yeah, I'll just say, don't worry about it. Don't make a habit out of it. But it's just a bit of special magic. But you'll live. You'll be fine.
Oh, this kind of broad human woman. She kind of like dusts herself off and kind of casts away any kind of wonder. Oh, I've got to get back to the kitchen, feed all these people. Not like that, obviously.
No. Look, we're gonna have to talk to everyone, and I don't know who's in charge now that your boss lady seems to be gone.
I don't think I saw everything that happened, but every time that Redemption's come back, she and Devotion seem to have a privacy about their meetings that I might defer to her or maybe Giovanni.
Who is that?
Oh, he's the choir leader.
Choir, a singer.
Yeah, he's skilled in all kinds of musical instruments. It's a bit kind of fancy for me, but he's also entrusted with the protection and upkeep of some of the special artifacts here at the Hall of the Dawn Chorus. That must have been what they were after, you know?
Not sure about that, but obviously this Giovanni guy, he sounds absolutely amazing. Definitely want to meet him. But look, I don't know what's gonna happen. I'm gonna talk with Red and the others, but they might come back. They ransacked every other temple, and they were successful in it. So we fold them tonight, but that doesn't mean they're not gonna come back in bigger force.
Well,
We gotta think about whether you should evacuate or fortify this place or what.
well, there's enough of us here to fortify it if we work through the night. Some of the locals are woodcutters. We can board these windows. We can shine on.
I'd probably get right on that. Shine on. Yeah, that way. Yes. I'll awkwardly leave the baker alone. Oh, sorry, I don't know if she's baker. I'm gonna walk over to where Jacob is, and he's standing over the corpse of the Nosferatu creature. And walk over and look at it, and I'm gonna kick it, and I'm gonna start stomping on its head, squashing it, like this Jacob, did you kill this? Did you kill it?
Yeah.
They don't fucking stay dead, do they? And just keep
That
making
won't help.
making a
If it's
pancake
anything
out of
like-
his head.
If it's anything like the one we killed years ago, you kill them here, and then you have to kill them again where they rest. They have like a crypt or a tomb. The Baron had one.
As you explain this, Jacob, and Marius stomps on the skull of the umbral vampire, its body just kind of collapses into a goo that kind of just starts then seeping into the ground.
And he just like wipes his shoe on the like from the
Yeah,
goo.
we have to find it and kill it in its lair, basically. I think. Otherwise, it will just keep coming back.
They just, what the fuck do they have against me? I mean, I can imagine, but this is the second time this fucker wanted to kill me, and almost fucking nearly succeed if it wasn't for your cleric.
Well, it's just us two. You're one of.
It's complicated. It's complicated. I haven't talked about it. I'm not the same. There's something that I've been changed in order for me to release the book. She did something, and I'm kind of halfway there, but I'm not like them.
No, I wasn't like them either. I think I mentioned I was bitten years back.
I can actually still smell it, if you believe it or not.
Oh, I didn't know this. That was the old body, but yeah, I was bitten by the Baron.
Something about something about your aura.
When we killed him, I was turned back and became myself again. Maybe when we kill whoever sired you, you'll turn back into fully living and breathing.
After everything that's been going on, I think I'm willing to give it a go.
Yeah. You don't have the sunlight sensitivity then?
I don't particularly like it. I get sunburned really quick. Like you see my complexion. But I don't get hurt like it by it like they do.
It hurt me like nothing else, and I was so ill when trying to cross the ocean.
Oh, so perhaps you're something different then.
Yeah.
Maybe it depends on how you're created. I don't know.
Maybe.
And
But
she has
solve this-
magic as well, so I don't
Yeah.
know.
But we'll find Josiah and we'll end them, and then you can be normal.
No, I don't really consider myself not normal. I mean, this is
Well, you be
who
back
I
to
am.
yourself.
But this, it has. I mean, it has to end. It has. I need to
I know
get. It's just too much. It's just too damn much. I need to rest, but I can't. So.
All
Alright,
right,
let's
let's that.
find the others and.
What's Giselle doing in this time?
She is in the basement looking at the people, but secretly looking for old scripture that they won't notice has disappeared. So she wants to be like scouring, but like, oh, are you okay? And then looking around.
All right, make an investigation check. Okay. There are, like, when you go down into the basement, there are old volumes, hymn books, kind of like dusty old, like generic, tomes. Lots of them look worn and like well used. And as you kind of make your way around like the various some of them are like tomes of instruction, like got kind of various like rites and rituals. They specifically some of them like tell kind of stories of like specific like Lathander legends or Lathander prayers, or the basis of those prayers, in much that it's the same way you might expect to find in like a regular church. However, when you kind of brush past some people, you find a locked door at the far side of the basement, kind of at the very back. Has a gold handle on it. It's very kind of obvious. And there's kind of like a rug, like a real fine rug, like set in the doorway at the entrance to the door. It was relatively easy to find the door and kind of all these tomes because there is only one priest of Lathander down here in the basement with you, but they are distracted and trying to lead a small group in kind of a prayer of solace, kind of trying to help people hold their nerve.
Okay.
What would you like to do?
I don't know. Is it obvious? They're all like, if Giselle's like scouting around, is it quite obvious that she's not joining in and looks like quite an...
No, there's quite a
Oddball.
few people who are not joining in. They seem too traumatized to sing, but yeah, there's probably about kind of like 30 people in the basement, and so it's a lot for this relatively young priest to handle. So it's not very obvious who you are or where you are or what you're doing.
Okay. Is the rug embedded within the ground or liftable?
It's liftable.
Okay, because Giselle's going to do a Giselle thing and quickly just go, maybe it's under here, and then like lift it up to see if there's a key hiding underneath it.
There is no key under the rug.
Damn it. I think she will go and find the rest of the team. Think of Jacob, but also Red, to tell them.
Okay. Just make a stealth check for me, just to see if this priest notices you on your way out. They do not.
Oh, well, she does this. Yes, very good.
They kind of like, without even acknowledging who you are, they give you a little nod, and this young priest kind of leads a growing number of people in song. A song which the rest of you would hear starting to emerge from the basement as Giselle comes back upstairs.
And I have swiped a hymn book on the journey.
Sure.
Thank you.
Songs of the Morning is the hymn book.
Great. Perfect. Where is everyone?
You see Marius and Jacob stood towards the back of the hall over a pile of goo. Various other priests, a couple of other priests kind of see into the injured. One of them's handing out like soup now and bread. But yeah, you don't see Mia or Red anywhere.
Okay. I guess I'm going to go over to Marius and Jacob and say, Jacob, I found a door and it's locked.
We're in a temple. It's probably locked for a reason.
What kind of reason?
Maybe that's why they keep the arms for the poor, or maybe that's
The
the private bed
arms?
chambers.
Literal?
No, arms, ALMS, the
Oh.
Oh,
stuff they give out to the poor and needy.
I thought like spare arms for them, like if they lose them, like begging or
Oh, like, like,
Gotcha.
yeah,
I get it now. After you spelled it.
donations for- Why? Why do you want to go in there, Giselle?
Well, it was a door that was locked, and
You're
I'm just
quite,
being inquisitive, I guess.
quite curious, aren't you?
They're having a prayer down there, though.
Maybe it's not the right time.
But we are looking for scripture of something very old because Red needs that. That guy in the library, Bren, wants something.
Okay, the library wants scripture. Why?
No, they wanted. Do you mean like to become a member?
No.
You need to bring them something.
Can't remember why, but it was a deal. I need to speak to Red.
Did
I
Red
saw them
discuss
walk
that with you?
I was
Maybe not.
there.
You were there. Okay.
Yeah,
With Giselle,
yeah.
but not the rest.
Okay.
I
Not
saw
secret,
them.
but-
I saw them walk outside, both of them.
Right. So,
They okay?
Yeah, I mean, Red seemed a bit upset, but after this fight, and that's like their temple, and it's like, look at it. The windows are broken. All these wooden pews are all messed up. There's blood everywhere, demon blood, and oh yeah, and I launched a fireball in here, so that ceiling's gonna need repair.
As you say that, like part of the chandelier falls down.
Well, what can we do to help? I can prestidigitation, a bit of blood away.
I mean,
As you do that and you cast it, and it's like just this vampire goop is just kind of washed around the floor. A little bit. It goes.
You just kind of
doesn't
smeared it
go.
around, like you didn't really help.
Just gonna stop that. Just
Yeah, I think that we can maybe help in the future, like after we dealt with all the dangerous shit. I've got some money stashed away. I'll donate some for the ceiling repair fund. I kind of feel guilty about it, but don't tell Red.
As you look over, there's somebody's like hammering a banner on a piece of wood in the kind of at the start it says ceiling repair fund, as they're like
They're working really fucking fast. Good. Good. They're gonna... we hook up with them outside, or are we gonna wait for them? Or...
if we were outside still, I wouldn't have said anything to Red until we heard the music start, and then I would have kind of like gently nudged her and gone, "You want to go in for a sing song?"
She just sort of clears her eyes and deep breath, and yeah, let's get busy. A lot of work to do, and she'll kind of like click her fingers, and she'll be in the same garb that Devotion used to wear, and just go marching in and start to round people up and trying to clean everything now.
You look fabulous.
Just to describe them, these white robes with like the things that stood out about Devotion most were the kind of like silver jewelry that adorned her tiefling horns. What is going on? My my pump's shouting at me again. So yeah. Everybody kind of looks towards Red and is accepting this kind of these vestments. People get to work. They start scrubbing. They start cleaning. And after a few songs, like from the basement, people start to emerge, and it starts to kind of the tone starts to take more of a kind of celebratory atmosphere. And the choir leader kind of emerges, kind of a young human male, and eventually they would come and find you, Red.
Mm-hmm. Do I recognize him?
You probably have seen Giovanni a couple of times. You started here before he did, but he would have been here more than a year at this point. So yeah, you would know who he was, and he would recognize you, even if you'd not really had too much to do in person. I don't imagine Red joined too many of the choir practices.
Yeah, I probably can't remember his name at best, but I'll
How dare you?
Oh, hi, you. I hope you're not too shaken up, friend.
It's redemption. You returned just in time. You saved us. You and your companions. As soon as the windows broke in, I went straight down to the basement to protect our most precious artifacts.
Is everything
the
okay?
door's been locked for the past few days. I don't know. Do you want to go check them out?
Yeah, let's. We could actually use a minute away from congregation, and I'll just kind of gesture everyone in the group over.
Okay.
Can we
Giovanni,
see some people? Sorry, can we see some people already like fortifying the place and boarding
Yeah,
the windows?
the cleaning and the fixing has begun with what little resources they have.
Yeah, I'd just say to Red, like, you might want to sacrifice this a little bit in the short term and rebuild after. But like all these pews, all that wood could be used to board up the windows, and if they chop them up, I don't know. But I just feel inside that they're not gonna let go. This is one attack we stopped, and they succeed on all the previous ones. You know.
These pews are holy materials in service to the Dawn Lord, so that we can pray. And yeah, I'm only joking. Where's the big one, Valin? I know. Get the pews. Marius will tell you. I don't care about any of this shit. Just put it all up against the walls. As long as the temple's still here.
I'll just say use all the materials you've got here, even if it means destroying stuff to fortify this place.
I think that would be where I would come in useful then. Helping to fortify, unless you need me to do anything else, Red.
Sounds like the job you were born for.
Well, woodwork and carpentry. I did keep a ship together across the sea.
Well, if you've got enough material, it doesn't exactly look like ship shape in here, but maybe you can get us halfway there.
Halfway's better than
Okay.
nothing.
Yeah, you join Valin, who is, his strength and size comes in handy, and your precision with your woodcarver's tools really does help the effort over the next hour or so. Meanwhile, everybody else goes down into the basement.
Yeah, let's check those secret artifacts that you've got hidden here. They sound interesting.
Yeah, does Giovanni have the key?
As you get to the door, Giovanni takes a golden necklace from around his neck with a big old gold key. And he makes sure the basement is clear of regular worshippers, puts the key in, turns it, and leads you into a really fancy looking room that the difference with the kind of regular basement would be striking as you kind of open a door and go further down another level. This level is carved from marble. And as you pass through, you would see Giovanni kind of point to a couple of different arcane wards, dispels one of them, and then goes to point to another one that isn't there anymore.
And you've got a message.
Thank you.
That was PA Sarah.
Uh-huh.
Dinner's ready.
Yeah.
Missive from the Western Lands.
All right, shut the fuck up.
The fires of Gondor are burning.
Right, that's
Don't
disadvantage.
answer.
Right, both of you, Lucas and Gareth, disadvantage. Lord of the Ring quotes. Right. Yes, they point to another place where they expect to see an arcane ward, and it seems to not be there, which worries Giovanni. He doesn't admit it straight away, but he kind of looks shocked. Those of you with a high enough passive insight would see that Giovanni's rocked a little. He carries on down the kind of you see a spiral staircase beset by marble pillars, small kind of waist length marble pillars that act almost as a handrail or kind of barrier. And as you go down, you see a very small room with a glass case on the left that is kind of made of gold, which has a plinth or podium in the middle, and another there is a kind of almost like a lectern or book stand with chains around it, very similar to the chained library. However, these chains are made of gold. They are unlocked, and they are on the floor, and whatever was on the book stand is missing. Whatever is in the glass display cabinet, though, is still there. And Giovanni kind of swears under his breath before kind of apologizing. Fuck.
Would I know what's supposed to be there in terms of the book?
Make a history check for me.
25.
Okay. These two artifacts that reside deep below the Hall of the Dawn Chorus are two artifacts that were brought here from the Sword Coast upon the founding of this church. They were brought here to inspire the people, and they were never ever. Once the Hall of the Dawn Chorus was established, they were not used ever again. It was thought that you would remember Devotion telling you that these artifacts should only be used when there is an existential threat. And since the signing of the settlement accords, there's no need to use or wield such holy power. She did speak of the book. She never spoke of the other artifact. The book is the Book of Exalted Deeds.
Oh. Okay. But I don't know. I've never seen anything or heard anything about the other one.
No, the other one seems to have like a plaque. I'll describe it for you, as you'd all be able to see it. Go with me. Even though it's got quite a like ostentatious display case, the object within is small and rather unremarkable. It is a vial suspended in hardened amber, like the size of a clenched fist. So it's like a rock, if you like.
Realizing that the book is missing, I'll turn to Giovanni. How could anything have been in it? How recently did you last check down here?
It would have been just less than this time yesterday. We've had so many people here. We've been so stretched. Valin, Brona, Devotion, and I. It's been a real struggle. The door is locked magically. There's 2 arcane wards. But something must have got through. What if the attacks on all of the temples have just been a diversion? What if artifacts from across the Pantheon have been stolen for evil means? The Book of Exalted Deeds contains the words of our gods. What if the words of our gods could be distorted? What messages might be told? What ominous tales might spread through the populace? What corruption? This is just the latest in a long line of bad omens.
I put my hand on his shoulder. Don't worry yourself. Don't fret. The Book of Exalted Deeds is indeed the word of gods, but it'll always find its way back into those goodness in them. Such a thing's not so easily subverted.
Bloodbath upstairs, Red, is just been a distraction. That makes me so angry. Just so angry. Who does that?
I start looking around with detect magic. See any traces of anything around out of place?
No. Apart from the abjuration magic currently contained on the display case. it seems to be more powerful than most arcane wards. Just make an Arcana check at advantage with me now using detect magic.
30, 20.
Okay, with a 20, you can see that there's like residual components being kind of cast at the display case, but it seems as though even though there was an attempt to take whatever is inside, the magic has held up.
This one held up. I'm sharing all this with everyone.
The question is whether after that, or they were satisfied with the book and this was just an extra thing, an extra bonus, or...
Praise be. I fear for what would happen if we lost both artifacts, but I worry now that whoever broke in here now knows it's here.
Yeah, they'll come back.
Redemption, you have to take it. It's not safe.
Okay. All right. Crack my fingers. How do we get at this thing?
I need to. Yeah. You don't know what it is?
I knew about the book. I never. No one mentioned this.
I think I'd like to ask your colleagues, especially your Genasi friend, to exit the room while I speak with Redemption in private.
Why especially me?
She ignores the question and looks towards Red. Or he ignores the question and looks towards Red.
Yeah, I'll go. See if
It's
Jacob's
fine.
doing okay.
Just security measures, right?
All right, just a thought for later. This is not going to be enough for you to take this item. You're going to have to figure out a way to make sure that the bad guys know you took it. Otherwise, they're just going to come in and fuck everything here again. Just a thought for later on.
I'll think about it.
Yeah, I'll go upstairs.
As the rest of the Starseekers make their way upstairs, Giovanni casts Wall of Force on the only exit to this room. He turns towards you, Red.
Oh.
You can... Sorry for going to extreme measures. I suddenly very conscious that I didn't know any of the people I stood in the room with, and I'm inside the most holy sanctum of the Hall of the Dawn Chorus. I also didn't want to cause offense to your friend who worships the Lady of Mysteries.
Why were you so worried about Mia?
It's the item. This is a relic of a battle long ago between a chosen of Mystra and the Morning Lord himself. The chosen was hold on. Hold on. Sorry. This is a real D&D item that is steeped in lore. Bear with me 1 second.
Sounds like some heavy shit.
Yeah. Yes. The battle took place in 916 DR, over 500 years ago. The chosen of Mystra at that time was a lich named Samaster. Samaster is as evil as they come, but his wielding of magic was unparalleled. So powerful was Samaster that he was able to fight a god one-on-one and deliver our god a grievous wound. The Morning Lord did not die, but the injury caused 4 drops of blood to be spilled on this earth. He was wounded, and the blood of Lathander has been preserved by our people in the centuries since. It was protected by a great blue dragon until they were defeated. I'm just grateful that the blue dragon was hoarding it just like so many other items. His name was Voltraxis. The blood of Lathander is our most holy relic. And similar to the Book of Exalted Deeds, it is not corrupted so easily. But if it was stolen or used to oppose another god, then it would be considerably powerful.
Whoa. How do I just walk around with this thing? How do we...
It's small enough. No bigger than the key I wear around my neck. But it's certainly not safe here anymore. It is a considerable vein of magic, and you can use it to deliver spells of great power. But do not wield it with pride or boastfully. It is a great honor even to observe it.
What do you think were to happen if the blood could be delivered back to the upper planes, even if for a short time?
Legends say that the person who fought Voltraxis was happy to have completed their mission and returned the artifact to the Church of the Dawn Lord. And legend, although their name has been lost to time, legend has it that they ascended themselves and sit by our master at his side on Mount Celestia.
writing notes.
Mm-hmm. Will you take it?
Yeah, of course I will. There's something that might be able to help me protect it. Have you ever heard of the Chained Library?
Chained Library. Yeah, it's always been here, hasn't it?
Oh, always. It's a complicated question. But I think I can have someone help me with being able to maybe travel, if even just for a short time, even just to ballpark it, to Celestial Plane. But they need some old scripture, something original, something that describes more purely the word of Dawn Lord.
I'm not a mage, but there is no more pure distillation of Lathander's essence than in his very blood. I can't think of a passage or verse, even a song, that would do justice to the majesty of that item. However, you're welcome. Go through our... And he opens the display case, and there is a scroll with the legend of Samaster and the battle with the Dawn Lord, all the way down to their ascension, all the way down to the battle with Voltraxis and that person's ascension. Like, it's the story. It's like you would see in a museum, the story of this piece.
Mm-hmm.
And as they kind of reach behind this, but I guess they take out this scroll. It is really delicate. He puts it in a scroll case, which is in the back of the display case, and locks it. And he hands it to you.
Okay, cool. I think Bren might shit a brick if I showed him the actual blood of a god. But hopefully this will do. Try and keep the other thing quiet as we can.
He says a prayer to Lathander before he reaches in and takes the vial, which is attached to a metal necklace made of gold. And I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to ask you to recite a prayer to Lathander when we come back, John.
Ooh, okay, cool.
All right?
All right.
We will see you in 20 minutes.
Yep.
See you a bit.
See you then. So, welcome back. We're in the basement of the Hall of the Dawn Chorus with Giovanni, the caretaker / choir leader, and Redemption, who has just been given permission to take the blood of Lathander from the Hall of the Dawn Chorus. As Giovanni takes it out and bows deferentially towards you to place this chain over your head, what prayer do you recite, Red?
I will recite. We thank you, Lord of the Dawn, for lifting the shadows of our past. As each dawn rises, we practice forgiveness in your name. As we now plant seeds of hope for the days to come, may they please be nourished by your light. May we awaken in your service. Praise be the dawn. And then I put it on hoping not to explode when it touches my neck.
Given that you did such a good prayer, I'm going to allow you to automatically attune to the blood. If you type in blood of Lathander into your inventory, you should be able to add it. Now, as I said, it's a real D&D item that exists, and I tested it. I think you should be able to attune to it. Usually, attunement to this is reserved for clerics and paladins, but I think you can still do it on D&D Beyond.
It does say cleric or paladin. Let me see if it'll...
Yeah, have a go. If not, I'll recreate it. We can just say you're attuned to it for now.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it does work. Okay. I'm okay to take one off to replace it with.
Yeah.
Whoa.
You might see it has some properties that are not determined in the description, so we're going to determine them now. So you're going to want to make a note of these, and you can adjust your character sheet in accordance. So do you want to, if you read the description?
Yeah, I just want to put it in there.
Yeah.
Wow, +3.
Yeah, it's an artifact. So, first thing is there is one major beneficial property which I'm going to get you to roll. $3d10.
Sorry, this is breaking up a little bit on Discord. I just roll 3d10?
3d10, please, yeah. Tell me the result.
Total or each?
Total, yeah.
10.
DC 36 Constitution.
No way.
Fuck me.
When you put on this artifact, Red, you grow 25% larger.
Whoa.
Your weight doubles, and you have advantage on strength checks and saving throws. You also deal an additional 1d4 damage with melee weapon attacks. You can you can swap between this normal and enlarged size at will.
Holy shit, that's crazy.
So that is the major beneficial property of this artifact. I will put it in there. Lesser enlarge. Okay. The next thing. Hold on. There is one minor beneficial property. So for a minor beneficial
2d20. You want the total again?
Yes.
32.
Roll again for me. Doesn't really fit.
$21.
No way. This is arguably even better. But, okay, table. You can add your proficiency bonus to death saving throws.
That's like +5 now, isn't it, for you?
Yeah.
There is a detrimental property though, so I need you to roll. I need you to roll another 2d20.
Another 2d20. 27.
Your walking speed is reduced by 5.
Okay.
You're bigger, but slower.
Yeah. So you should be able to like manually adjust those things in your character sheet, as long as you're attuned to the Blood of Lathander. But yeah, there's lots of other good things about it, including a fuck ton of spells and +3 bonuses to your spell attack and all that shit.
Not to mention the ability where you can just kill yourself.
Inspiring martyrdom, yeah.
Instantly just off yourself to save someone else.
To save someone else, yeah. But yeah, cure wounds, regenerate, planar ally, greater restoration, 25 charges. And you get a +3 to your spell save DC, which is unreal.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's like a game break. It's artifacts. They're like even better than legendary items.
Yeah, that's nuts.
Wow.
I'm just imagining hench red now. Just big red.
Like,
so yeah.
You
Alice in Wonderland and panicking and growing and like going up to the ceiling.
So how tall is red normally?
Maybe 5'8", 5'9".
Okay. Hold on. Let's just...
Did it again.
I'm not getting any weird interruptions.
It's because it happens when you talk. But we hear you silent.
I'm not having any problem.
You're now 7'1", 7'2".
Yeah. I just did that same maths.
That is tall.
Yeah. Wow.
You're the very top end of medium. 7 foot.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to duck under doors now.
So this is happening in that basement closed with just Giovanni.
Yeah.
Okay. This is gonna be interesting when you come out.
You'd probably just hear from the other side, "Oh my god, turn it off, turn it off."
Would you guys be saying anything, having been like dismissed from this basement? You're in this kind of like holy marble antechamber.
I would be talking about the glyph that had been dispelled or whatever that I'd seen on the way down.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to make an Arcana check?
Oh yeah.
Can I help with that? So
Sure. Give her advantage.
Yeah.
12.
With a 12. It's some kind of warding glyph. It looks to have been dispelled rather than destroyed, so you know that whoever broke in here was a spellcaster.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Pretty powerful one too.
Did I recognize any of the other ones that were there?
There is another similar glyph of warding that still exists, but with a 12, it's hard to know why there were two and what separate functions they might have served. There's just one intact one that's still there. Oh, in fact, you would be looking at it and then it would go away about halfway through you looking at it. So it would both be dispelled.
Okay.
This would coincide roughly with Red, the door to the display case opening.
Yes, I
The
see.
key.
I mean, when shit hit the proverbial, where were you? You were somewhere inside on this side of the temple, right? Were you anywhere close to the entrance to the basement, or?
Just to check, we were on the right side, right?
I think you were
Of
in
the
this room.
stairs.
Right?
The basement's down here.
Yeah. So, and is there an entrance?
No.
Like from here? No.
No.
No,
It's
just from outside.
Yeah.
Okay.
We were in the room next to the stairs. They must have already been down there, or they snuck past.
Or they're one of the people in this church right now.
Or that?
Detect lie spell. Anybody got that? I can interview them.
I
Is it you?
maybe.
No.
I mean, anything's possible. They obviously created a huge distraction. I can't say I've seen anyone sneak in. They could have maybe teleported in or something, and there would be no one here on guard because they were fighting up there. So, I don't know.
No. It would help to know more about what the book does.
Hold on 1 second.
And possibly figuring out what this, if it was like he suggested, Giovanni suggested a theft of godly artifacts for some nefarious reason. This book was one from here. What other stuff would have been taken from other temples? I kind of have an idea for Kalimvor's, right? It would have been the Book of Death thing.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah. Well, let's check on Jacob maybe.
I think we'll have to let the chained library know. I think I'm obliged to let the chained library know now. It's my duty.
That this particular book has been stolen, yeah.
There's every chance that Alicia in the library has been recording every word I've said. So potentially they already know.
What?
I drank the tea.
Was it good?
And you're high now? What?
No, it was just tea, but it was magical tea apparently.
Ooh.
And everything I was saying to her was written down in a book.
You didn't think to tell us this as we started talking to you?
No, but I don't know if it records you or if it just records me saying things. Really, you only get the second half of the conversation if it's the true on the me part. That could be very confusing. And a lot of it was die, vampire, die. So, wasn't much in it.
It was more like grunting than speaking, but
Yeah.
yeah. And then a lot of like, here, doggy, get him, catch him, bite him, that sort of
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah, but
heard.
I don't know if it works outside of the library.
Yeah.
I don't know. God.
Well,
Red.
hey, we're going.
Sorry, Red, is there anything else you'd like to do now that you have grown to such a stature? See
Just,
Giovanni looking up at you, almost trembling in awe.
I'm just panicking. I'm like, turn it off, turn it off, turn it off.
Please, don't. It is a heavy burden to bear, but the blood of Lathander is your responsibility now.
Heavy? I've gained about 60 pounds.
I'm sorry. Perhaps when this is all over, we can find a new home for the blood of Lathander. But until then, you must do his bidding. You were meant to show up here when you did, and devotion was meant to leave you in charge. You are our high priestess now.
Close my eyes and try to calm down. I'll try to go back to normal size.
Yeah, as you close your eyes and concentrate, you shrink back down to normal. See? It's effortless for you.
Whoa. Well, alright, let's figure all this out in a minute. We've got one thing. We still need to figure out how to get hold of that book. And I'll go back out if we can leave the room and meet the others.
He dispels the wall of force, and he falls into line behind you. After you, priestess.
Ugh. Yeah, I'll go and join in with everyone else. What's everyone doing?
I think you come up, Giselle's talking about tea.
If you're thirsty, I'm sure maybe we can get out of this basement and see if there's something to drink upstairs.
Yep. Let's go upstairs. Alicia, can you hear me? As she goes up the stairs.
Everyone worries that Giselle may be going partially mad.
Mm-hmm.
Jacob knows that she's already been mad.
You come back out into the Hall of the Dawn chorus, having been gone for, let's say an hour. Jacob is finishing boarding up his third window. The rest of them are heavy at work, reinforcing what they can. Some people have even felled a tree, and they kind of brought it they've dragged it in the front door and starting to consider how they might use it as a brace. But as with a lot of religious congregations, there's also a lot of naysaying and bitching and, well, maybe you should help, or, well, I help all the time. Well, when was the last time you made a donation? It's there's tension.
Hilarious.
Oh, I've got a headache already.
Maybe you should speak to them or something, because we about to leave them, right? We gotta go, don't we?
It's the middle of the night now. It's maybe 2:30 in the morning.
Hey
So
guys,
tired.
how's
I'm
it
staying
going?
here.
Pretty good job you've done.
You learn a bit on the ship when you've got to repair it every 5 minutes when this lot destroy it. Or maybe all the things that attacked us destroyed it. And probably the that.
Well, let's hope we got our fair serving of it last night.
Did you find what you were looking for?
Some of it. Giovanni, is anything else missing?
Not as far as I can tell. it'll take time for us to get the hall back on an even keel. We could certainly do it a lot faster with perhaps some guidance, boosting confidence, a speech perhaps to help the masses steel themselves against the Crimson Knight.
Speed.
I'm gonna try and give it 2 for 1, and I'll go to the podium and I'll repeat the same prayer that I made to Lathander.
Just make a you can choose, make a religion or persuasion check for me.
To be fair, it's probably what you do, because you can't make it up every time.
Mm-hmm.
Or 28 persuasion.
With a 28, Giovanni introduces you as the new high priestess of the Hall of the Dawn Chorus, and whether you entered into this willingly or not, the responsibility seems to have been thrust upon you. But Giovanni does a good job of talking about your connection to the church, and how obviously you've saved them all, and you really get a rapturous applause, and everybody kind of just downs tools for a moment to sing in a prayer that expresses their gratitude and relief. You really do inspire the masses. However, shortly after that song, it becomes very clear that everybody is really tired. And while the most able-bodied amongst the congregation go back to reinforcing, many of them start to consider sleeping on some of the pews. Some of them have been there for days at this point.
I think I would cap it all off with something about addressing those that whose faith might be wavering, that if they've lost their devotion, then they have only to seek redemption.
I can see the poster.
Tagline.
Yeah. Poster.
That wasn't funny.
You don't think it'd be a good idea to send some of them back home? I mean, it is the middle of the night, and there's danger on the streets as well. But
I've already
as safe as here as it is anywhere.
It is. Are the graveyards here? Have they been raided?
this is not. There's no graveyard here, right? No.
No, there's no cemetery.
Okay.
Maybe we should. Yeah, we should put some guards, but then fit everybody in the back. What do you think? This. Just remember what happened before. It just feels like they're so extremely exposed in the main hall.
They
are. And we could take a rest. There's rooms, there's beds. We could all take a rest in the back, guard the entrance. We take shifts. We take watch in the main hall, and try to rest.
Yeah, I think it's as safe as anywhere. But is anyone able to contact Clethis at least?
I was just thinking that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I thought I would check in and see whether we can go straight there in the morning to pick up whatever he has for us.
There's not much literature lying around in Direbrand. I think it's probably the least likely target in Crystal Sphere right now.
Mm-hmm.
Ask him if my raven arrived with a scroll.
25 words is all I'm allowed. It's called the Temple of the Dawn Lord. Is that right?
The Hall of the Dawn Chorus.
The Hall of the Dawn Chorus. I got some of the words right. I'll cast Sending to Clethis, and I'll probably sound terrible because I've just remembered that I had that strength thing happen to me. And I'll say, hey, Clethis, we're at the Hall of the Dawn Chorus. We'll come to you in the morning. Do you think it'll be ready then?
Some time goes by, and there's no reply.
No reply. Maybe he's sleeping? Makes me worried. Makes me want to go.
Do you want me to run back and check on him?
No, maybe we can. Maybe I can contact him if he is sleeping.
Oh yeah, you've got that
Oh.
power.
With my strength thing, DM, it was something that happened to me in game a couple of days ago. And was it Greater Restoration that fixed it, or was it Remove Curse? Do you remember?
Restoration.
It was Greater Restoration.
Okay. Did this happen to anyone else?
Yeah, me.
And me.
I mean,
See-
I haven't complained about it much, but I felt a bit drained the last couple of days.
Do any of you have any more diamonds? I have enough diamond dust to cast Greater Restoration on one of us.
Well, I don't need I'm not strength. I rely on my other skills, so use it on someone else.
I don't have any diamonds. My strength is now -2.
Yeah, my strength is -2 now as well.
Mine
7.
too.
But I'm good with, like, I don't really need it for much, except if we run into these bastards again, keep training. That's not gonna be great. But you pick someone else. It's fine. We can get. There's gotta be some diamonds in this place, right? It's the
Red? Do you know?
we can pick them from the chalices.
We're not exactly that loaded. I wish. Maybe after the rebuild the roof fund kicks off, we can dip into that. But I mean, we can try. I'm not precious about leaving them here if there are any around. I go and ask maybe Giovanni or Rona.
I can make.
You're asking whether there are any diamonds in the Hall of the Dawn Chorus?
Yep.
Okay. Hold on one second.
Jacob's only at -1 strength, but his strength got drained at the first fight we had days ago.
And he didn't say anything?
No.
Why?
Sorry, John. I want you to make an investigation check.
Oops. 18.
Are you after a diamond or diamond dust?
Preferably diamond dust, but
yeah.
Or 2. However many we get.
200 gold worth.
Okay.
Yeah. There is a jeweler in the pews who, after doing a little bit of asking around, you are forced to wake up. And this jeweler kind of rubs their eyes. You can tell they wear like various, rings and necklaces. Probably one of the more better off members of the clergy, of the congregation. He wakes up to you, Red, and identifies himself. as Philippe. Oh, sorry. How long have I been asleep?
Not long. I'm sorry it's not morning quite yet. The dawn will come, but well, we need a favour.
My priestess, what can I do? Your clergy already repaired my wounds earlier. What will you have me do?
Everyone in the congregation has their own strengths, and some of our company needs healing too. We have the magics, but you're a jeweler, correct?
Yes, I have a modest jewelry emporium in Rockholm, not far from here.
Could you come with me, and I'll grab his hand and bring him to talk to Mira about what he needs to give us.
Of course, my lady. How can I be of assistance?
Do you have diamonds with you?
I'm afraid I don't have any whole pieces. I just finished exporting some diamonds, but I do have some residual fragments. Can be easily ground down or reconstituted. Still quite precious, has a significant monetary value.
Of course, I can pay you for them. Anything you have with you, I'll happily buy. But I'm obviously not sending you out at this hour.
No, I just finished working in my workshop, and he pulls out a pouch of diamond dust. It's like partially Hessian, and you can see as he holds it up to the light, it sparkles from within the bag. If you'd like to meet me halfway on the price, I'd like you to consider my half, the donation to the roof fund and the repairs.
What?
I'd normally charge 200 gold pieces for this amount of residual component, but I'm happy to receive 100 gold pieces.
Don't be silly. I'll give you 200. You can do
Please,
with it what you will, but
take the other 100 and make a donation in my name.
as you wish. What's your name?
Philippe.
All right, Philippe, I will.
I'm from the Rockholm Jewelry Emporium. My daughter and I have run it for the past few years.
Oh, I'll have to visit when everything's less.
Buy all your diamonds.
I recently picked up some skills, and I'll show my jewelry, my beginner's jewelry kit.
Ah, yes. It's an old set, but trusty, reliable.
Yeah.
You can't quite tell the clarity in poor lighting, but you can get a basic enchantment that sorts that right out.
Really?
Yes. Allow me. And he has like a slither of diamond dust left. And he casts a spell on the jewelry kit, which enables you to cast light on while you magnify something. It will give you advantage on your next jewelry tool check.
Cool.
Oh.
Nice.
Okay. I will give him the 100 gold pieces, and I'll take the other 100 and be like, Red, for you? I've got to donate it.
There's a ball over there under
Oh.
that
Yeah,
sign.
wave over Giovanni or Bruno, whoever, and make sure you
Under
take
that
down
sign
Philippe's
that
name
says
and
roof fund.
Yeah. It's happily received. They've got together a little bit of a fund, but you can tell they're going to have to do some funding drives once this all blows over.
I feel somewhat responsible. I know it wasn't me that did this. Looks at Marius. I could put my hand in my pocket, and I think I'll put a bit of money into the pot as well, just because it's the right thing to do. So I would like to go over, and I will put 300 gold in myself.
Oof. Brona gives you an extra helping of soup and bread and gives you a big hug.
that's very
already got so
noble
much
of you, Jacob. I'm giving the side eye to Marius the whole time. That is very nice of you, doing your duty to donate towards the repairing of the temple. Isn't it, everyone? Scowl at Marius.
Yeah, it's great. It's great. Resting, right? We're about to rest.
A load of
Did you
people
want
turn
to
their back and
rest?
scowl and mutter and walk away.
Right. Who wants first watch? I'll take it. I'm happy to take it.
Could we just picking from the congregation anyone who looks like they can handle themselves in the least bit just to help keep watch?
The main people would be Valin and Brona and Giovanni.
Yeah, true. We've got all these guys, yeah.
The priests, yeah. So we get paired up and we do.
Before I
Okay,
go to bed, I'll cast Greater Restoration twice, which is all I can do with my spell slots. On Marius and Giselle.
You can restore your strength score to what it was.
Thank you.
And now it's getting to like 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I just want to cast Dream. I've got a couple of spell slots left, so Dream on Clethis.
Mm-hmm.
But then afterwards, I promised that I'd also cast Dream on Bren.
Okay. So we'll get to that. You'll do that as part of your 2 hours of the 8-hour long rest, right? But you'll take them at the start, so you won't be able to.
It's a funny one because the casting time's a minute, and so as long as they're asleep, I can jump into their dream. I don't actually have to sleep. I have to go into a trance.
Yeah. Okay. That's fine. You can do that before you start sleeping. And it's only a minute, so you could do it on watch if you had somebody else with you. So,
yeah, I'll stay up with you.
It has a duration of 8 hours, but I think that's just for the effect of if you want to do an additional effect on the creature. I just want to give them a message.
You can end it at any time, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so Marius and Red then are taking first watch, yeah?
Sure.
All right. Then Mia and Jacob and Giselle and would be able to take rest in their back rooms. As you kind of struggle to get to sleep, it's been a really hectic night. Lots of things have happened. Still drafts and still noises of people doing repairs. Not many people up at this time, but Valin is at least giving it a go. You cast Dream. Put Dream up in the chat for me, if you will, John. Okay. When you cast Dream on Clethis, how do you want the dream to look?
I think that like an element of my own subconscious comes into it when I first enter the dream, and I'm hazily looking, trying to seek out for Clethis, and with all of this missing tomes and the library and the tome missing from our temple and all the rest of them, it's just like she's like trudging through this harsh wind, and there's just pages blowing like all across the side everywhere. It's just like fogged out with pages, and I'm shouting, Clethis, Clethis.
As you look through this blustery, parchment-ridden storm, you can see like a glowing light, and as you kind of get closer, you can see the Dragonborn sorcerer at their desk. They are looking up at parchment that is frozen in place in the wind, and that parchment seems to have like what's the word? Plans, instructions, and he seems to be kind of dreaming about his construction. It's taking the form of a long silver staff, and he seems to be polishing it. As you call out to him, he looks up, but he doesn't know what direction it's comes from, and he kind of goes back to polishing this contraption.
Glitch.
Oh, Discord jumped up for me then.
Yeah, seems back now.
Having issues.
Yeah. I just Clethis, I kind of like knock on the door of his study and close it behind me, and then it goes into like, as the door shuts, it goes into like a nice warm, cozy, by the fire library type of.
Oh. Red, is that you?
Yeah, just
I think I
really.
fell asleep. I really can't afford to sleep.
Don't worry, you need the rest. Looks like you're getting on well with the. Is this it for the ritual?
Oh, I need another component. I forgot to ask you for it.
Well, what is it?
I feel so stupid. I've had too many drinks. It's a diamond.
How big of a diamond?
Roughly equivalent to 500 gold pieces.
And the walls come crumbling down, and there's blustering pages blowing everywhere. See you in the morning, Clethis. And then I'll leave.
I'll wake up now. I'll get back to work. I'm sorry. And he wakes up and it ends the dream.
I'll come out of the trance next to Marius.
Imagine like falling asleep, worrying you forgot something, and the person you were let down popped into your dream and go, "What the fuck?" Oh shit! Right.
Perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, he fell asleep, and he forgot to tell us about some more things that he needs. Well, one thing. He's missing a diamond, which he conveniently forgot to mention.
I guess Marius is the only person awake at this point.
Did you say diamond?
500 gold's worth.
All right. We should go and wake up the Felipe guy and send him to get one. I think.
Let him sleep. He didn't have anything with him. No point in trudging him around all through the night. We all need to rest. Maybe we can just make sure we catch him before morning. How long do you sleep anyway? Are you like one of these you don't really sleep kind of guys, or what?
No, still need the sleep. Still need the rest to make sure my mental sharpness is at its highest peak, if you know what I mean. But hey, I kind of feel like this is a good night. We've done some good fighting. I've picked up a few extra draft notes from the library, not the books. I know they didn't like, but there might be some spells in there that I might pick up on. Like scrap notes. I don't think they would miss them, would they? I just picked up a few from the desk. That's probably all right.
I'm sure it's fine.
Are you telling me you took something from the chained library, Marius?
I'm just trying to say because obviously you automatically get 2 spells when you level up. I'm thinking if I took like
you could have read about
scraps,
them in the library.
Yeah, and maybe like memorize them or whatever.
Or are you telling me that you took something?
I think he wouldn't shy away from he wouldn't take any books, but if they were like making copies on the desk, and he happened to find a scrap of a rejected note or something like that, maybe that would be a fun thing to do.
Okay, I'm just taking my red pen.
Noted.
Old Marius. Just as bad as brother.
Yeah. Well.
Okay. Obviously, you got it. Once you finish this long rest, you can level up, and we'll roll hit dice.
Yeah.
How many? Do you just get 1 extra spell?
2.
Or 2? 2 spells. Okay. So, as Marius is pondering and memorizing and looking at scraps in his spell book, did you want to cast Dream again, Red?
Yeah. Yep. All right. Keep an eye on me this time. And then
Yeah. All right.
Close my eyes and. All right, Bren.
You see Bren. He is. Well, in fact, you can decide what does Bren's dream look like.
I'm just trying to recall my notes about the conversation we had when he asked me to visit him in the dream.
Yes, he did.
Oh yeah, he mentioned about Samaris as well. Okay, yeah, I think it would just maybe be this kind of serene setting, and having never seen it, but perhaps having read about how it's described, Mount Celestia, and rolling fields and big mountain in the background and all this radiant light. And he just finds himself in the middle of it. And I'm stood across the way, maybe like, I don't know, 20 feet.
You see a younger Bren Greenshard in the prime of his years, walking through these like verdant fields towards you, holding the hand of a young elf. This young elf seems to have collected like various plants. It seems to be like cataloguing them and identifying them. It's a nerdy little father-son venture. And Bren kind of looks up, surprised at first, bends down and pats his son on the head. Off you go, Asketh. A few more samples to collect. And then he comes to meet you. Well, good to see that you're on time.
Just about. It feels late. But thanks for remembering to go to sleep. You usually don't, right?
I still like to dream. It's best for consolidating the long-term memory. Helps. Most elves dismiss it as wasted time. But there's many revelations that can be had when one's eyes are closed.
I sometimes come here just to breathe, you know. Who's the kid?
He looks a little bit pained to admit. It's my son, Asketh. We're both younger here than we are on the outside world. He and I haven't spoken for some time.
Since he was that age?
A little older. His mother was a scholar, and we left Menelambir because she was destined to take up a position of high nobility. She's one of the Onassis children.
His children?
Oh, if there is a queen of Menelambir, then the Lady Onassis is it. My wife is her youngest daughter. We left, seeming to escape the elven latitudes of fundraisers, parties, politics, stifling. She and I had academic inquiries to partake upon, and romance consumed us. We went to Maloon. She penned a text of considerable power. It was her life's work. Raising Asketh was left to me. However, once she'd completed her codex, things changed.
Another codex?
Yes. The codex. Let me just check my notes.
Interesting.
The codex. I think it's called the Codex Dryadia, or Dryadis? Yeah, Codex Dryalis. Codex Dryalis is a elven tome full of details about our lineage that spans both to and from the Feywild. It really contains some of the most ancient secrets of our race. It seems as though completing it called her back home. I was no longer stimulating enough for her, and Asketh no longer important. I guess I resumed my work my academic work once Asketh was of age in the chained library. He didn't want me to go back. But who knows? Maybe I'll pen a tome of my own one day. Maybe I'll see my ex-wife again.
Well, sounds like you did yourself a favour. Fuck the Feywild anyway. Right?
I like you, Redemption. How can I help?
I tried my best with some of the old tomes and scriptures we were speaking about. I gestured towards the mountain.
It's beautiful.
Read about it, but I have no idea what it'd even look like.
You were able to access divine scripture.
Kind of whoosh, this big table will just sort of sweep in front of us, and then I will try to recall from memory what I've read from the tomes and just sort of display to him visually as best as I can.
So, what is your objective here?
I'm trying to just give him information from all the scriptures that I've read so that he can help me with attuning to the upper planes for the purposes of plane shifting, like we spoke about last time.
Mm-hmm.
He needs the teachings, and I'd say to him, I'd be happy to bring you everything I can in the morning, but I said I'd try and show you what I could tonight.
This certainly looks good enough from which I could divine a divining rod, something attuned to the frequency of Mount Celestia. At least we could attempt it. However, if any of these scriptures were written by the hands of a celestial, or you have an object from that plane, that would work just as well in its place.
Kind of watch at my chest. There's nothing there in the dream, you know.
Mm. It's been a long time since I engaged in plane walking or attempting divine resonance. I've been back and from the Feywild many times. I even went to the Shadow Realm once, but I've never ventured further. Definitely not to the upper planes. However, the science remains the same.
It's a tall order to try and get anywhere near Celestia, but I'm not trying to get a shortcut, you know. It's more just in case of emergency. I mean, Tiefling could probably bounce me as soon as I arrived, right? I'm tumbling back down to Earth and then some.
You see, Bren, he's kind of like frozen in place all of a sudden, as if someone's just pressed pause on the video.
Bren?
You hear a voice from Bren, but his lips don't move. Is that what you really think?
Well, I don't know. Am I wrong? I'm gonna look into his eyes.
The voice is not Bren's. It's a voice you've heard a few times before. I guide you back to the hall of the Dawn Chorus and deliver you the blood of Lathander himself. And you ask an elven wizard for passage into Mount Celestia. Redemption, have you learned nothing? And with that, Bren turns into the blinding visage of a solar. With this much deeper, more profound voice, you hear, "How long have we been friends?"
Well, I'd say long enough, but aren't I supposed to do all this sort of stuff on my own? Isn't that the mission, the proving myself?
I'm not Lathander. I don't sit there at his side casting judgment down upon all of his followers. I'm an intermediary. I'm here to help you. When is the last time you prayed to me?
It's been a long time, I know. I've been busy.
Busy running around in the darkness and pulling up all the old roots of your life. You need to leave the grave assembly behind. It's the curator you were sent to vanquish. It's those souls you're meant to save. Another diversion. You're the high priestess of the hall now. When are you going to get round to doing what you're supposed to do?
I'm scared.
That's the whole point. If it was easy, then passage into Mount Celestia would be... there'd be a queue. Do you see a queue? No. You see rolling golden fields of pure bliss.
Did I get it pretty accurate then?
Yeah. And he tilts his head to the side and there's a slight shift in the topography.
Oh.
This is what it looks like. You see weeping willows shielding the 360-degree golden light. You see a huge mountain with gables and peaceful green vineyards. You see partially constructed Parthenons of marble and statue climbing up as far as you can see until the radiant light of the dawn, ever present at the peak of this mountain, bathes everybody in healing, in the majesty of healing light. It's paradise.
Did Devotion, did she... Don't tell me. Look, I was just trying to, I don't know, not ask for help from you guys all the time. I want to do something for Lathander and deserve to get here.
Your path to redemption started years ago. And although it isn't a case of ticking a box, you were on the cusp of a grand accomplishment, the likes of which Cerulea has never seen. Put your faith in yourself. Put your faith in me. And we'll get there together. And with that, there's another blinding flash of light, and you see Bren Greenshard frozen in time. And he blinks. Sorry, I seem to have lost track of what I was saying.
Wait. We were just talking about this spell. As I said, maybe we can come and see you in the morning. As a matter of fact, we actually learned of another tome that went missing.
Oh. Should I inform Vornak? Lady Larenhall?
Maybe just wait until we next come by.
Very well. Obviously, if you information you provide leads to the recovery of a dangerous tome or one of vital importance, then you could join us. I think you'd make a good agent.
Yeah, but I should really keep away from too many distractions, you know.
I understand. You have bigger mountains to climb.
Yeah, something like that.
So,
All right, well, thanks, Bren. And good luck with your new codex or whatever. Or don't. Maybe don't. Maybe don't write one.
make a persuasion check.
Oh, did that work? There we go. 21.
Oh, you sound just like Lauren Hall. Good night, Redemption.
Yeah, I just give him a kind of wave off as I walk into the distance towards the mountain, and then I'm back awake.
Mm-hmm.
John, where do you keep the amulet with Lathander's blood? Is it an amulet? No, it's just a vial. Did you put it in the pocket?
It's on a necklace around my neck.
Okay. As you come out of the dream sequence, Marius is like 5 inches from where it is, sniffing as you wake up.
I'll instantly grow. Use the thing where I grow 25% and grab your hand.
Oh, he wasn't reaching for it, but it's fine. But he was like, "What is that smell?"
Ew! Get away from me!
It's overpowering. Whoa. Didn't smell that before, I think. Maybe because this thing was in the case down there or whatever, but... Do you have this now? What is it?
You mean you can sense it? I'd be disguise self would cover it, but...
I mean, I don't know anything about it, what it is, whatever, but I can definitely smell it.
Well, don't smell too close, weirdo.
Yeah, okay. I couldn't. Sorry, you were out of it for a long time. I didn't think you'd mind. I wasn't gonna take anything or whatever. It's just whatever this is, extremely powerful. I'm sure you know it.
Yeah, that's not half of it. It hasn't done. I'll do some manual adjusting.
Okay, thank you.
Clethis is good, and Bren is good. I mentioned the book.
Need the diamond, right?
Yeah. I mentioned the tome that's missing from here, and he asked if maybe he should let Lady Larenhall know or any of the others there. I feel like I don't know enough of that place, you know? I mean, they seem cool and it seems like they've got the right interest, but Lady Larenhall especially, didn't she strike you as kind of odd?
Well, look, I've been around the wrong side of pursuit of knowledge. You know this, right? And you know there are things out there that are so powerful and freaking dangerous and hard to resist. So as much as I don't in principle disagree with the idea of protecting the world from perhaps recklessly written down things that should never have been written down, right? I know this on a self-experience. As much as I'm okay with that, the idea of a organization that just popped up, but somehow in my head I feel like they've always been there, but not. I don't. we know about this book where that's supposed to change reality or something, as they explained it. I don't know. It just feels like an organization like that. If it's infiltrated, if there's someone in there that doesn't want, or actually has selfish means, that would be so freaking easy for them to get under the guise of this whole plan, this whole organization to get what they want. Don't you think?
Yeah, I think that's Camille's angle, right? Get close with the Red Knights, and then from the Red Knights, get closer to the library and everywhere else. They've been sniffing around every temple around here since we started looking around, and all this mist showed up. Oh,
yeah.
And then I run into the back room, and I come running back like, oh, someone could have stumbled across this, and it's just a bundled up cape around Solia's skull or beheaded head.
Oh shit! Oh god!
And no one's looking. I'll uncover it, Marius. Like, I forgot. I was going to ask Solia. When I don't know if you saw anything, but when I connected with them when we were fighting or not trying to fight or whatever, they kind of had like these chains around them. I got the sense of some kind of, well, I don't know who, but some kind of deity running the show behind them. And I wondered if they realized what was going on with it, or if they were being controlled or held back, or.
This sounds good. And don't worry about these people seen fucking way worse in the last few hours. They wouldn't bat an eye on us on the beheaded guy. All the bodies are still piled up right over there. So
yeah, true. I don't know how comfortable they'd feel about the high priestess walking around with a skull in a handbag. But
yeah. Hey, maybe you're gonna need. Maybe now you're gonna need to change your, MO or visage a little bit. Become the high priestess of what everybody.
The cool high priestess.
Want you to be. But what does that mean for you? Are you gonna settle down now? What is it? That doesn't sound like you.
I have no idea. Let's just talk to this woman's chopped off head for a minute and take our mind off things. And yeah. I know we better wake up whoever's next for watch. If it's time to switch over, would it be appropriate if anyone else wants to go next, if you want to join in with asking Solia anything for a couple of minutes before we swap? Is that reasonable?
Yeah, it's fine.
Who's on next watch?
Jacob was going to go first, but he got bumped. So
I'm happy to go on next watch, but I'd wake up and I would have no questions for Celia. My only comment would be,
Jacob, wake up. Do you want to talk to the skull? No.
I go up with Asolia's head and I wave it in his face and open the mouth. Wake up, Jacob, it's your turn.
First,
I really hope you do.
First, you make me desecrate a corpse and chop that off, and now you're asking, and you're waking me up with it and further abusing it. Please bury her properly when you're done.
You desecrated her worse when she was alive. Come on, let's think of a few questions to ask her. The sooner we do it, the sooner she can, pass on and go wherever she's gonna go.
So, what did you want to ask her? Why did you do the thing in the first place?
Well, when we were fighting and there was some, I was trying to get a grasp on their mind and stop the fight, but I got resistance, and it wasn't just them. It was deific. There was something behind them, and there were these red chains kind of bundled up around them. I just got the sense of something just just otherworldly from it.
Oh. What, like something's controlling them?
Maybe, or giving them power, or taking it. It's just like there was someone else at play, you know?
What? Well, we know the Blood King is involved, right?
Yeah, I only got a flash of red.
Super powerful, not deity exactly, but fucking who knows where he ranks in the whole grand scheme of things. Pretty high up from everything we heard so far.
Dan, could I maybe make some sort of check to see if what I saw when I tried to control the Cerulea with the chains and everything, does it like recall anything I've read about, any gods, any religion?
It would be very unusual, but I'm not sure what I can give you. I guess it'd be a very high DC religion check, please.
Huh? 15.
Obviously, shackles are, a form of subjugation, but they're also quite symbolic in terms of like religion. So taking them literally might be a misstep, but you cannot be sure what they symbolize, or whether it is unique to followers of the Red Knights, who the only people you've encountered who kind of exhibit this like magical appearance. It's really hard to tell.
Well, speak with Dad. Light up some incense and knock on her forehead and see if anyone's home.
Okay, hold on. You see Captain Orsolia's decapitated head, the jaw partially displaced, kind of clicks back in as her eyes open, and they're just kind of white cataracts.
Hey, Solia. I'm sorry about all that stuff that happened. I really tried to get out the easy way. No hard feelings, right?
The jaw cracks. A tooth falls out. Fuck you.
4 more questions, right?
Yeah, you got any ideas?
I have plenty of ideas.
I wasn't asking you. Okay, I have to be more careful when I do this.
Right?
You should definitely be careful about how you phrase things.
Well, ask it about, was it controlled by something or whatnot?
The chains that seem to bind it in life.
Yeah, listen, Solia, I tried to reach into your mind, and I know that was maybe a misstep and a little bit rude, but I was just trying to regulate the situation. Saw that you almost had like chains around your arms. Were you possessed by something?
Our devotion to Telantis is willing.
Who the fuck is Telantis?
Telantis is whom we serve on behalf of the Red Knights.
It must be some sort of god, false god, or demon that pretends to be a god.
How many questions have we got left?
One.
I'm not. That wasn't a question.
No. It only works if I say it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
I'm good.
Were you close with or ordered by Camille Cantergraft at any point?
Cantergraft's objectives align with our own. They collapse.
Oh, yes. It's also not a no. Okay, that was really, really weird, Red. Please don't do that again.
I'll just throw the head into Jacob's hands and like, there you go. Do you feel better now?
No.
There's a pile of bodies in the corner there. You can just drop it there.
Yeah, good idea actually. Then no one will know.
They'd be looking for a body which doesn't have its head attached.
It's not like they're going to count them all up to match them up like missing socks.
Just hide them underneath. It's fine. Who the fuck is Talantis?
I don't. Well, now that it's told me the name of, do I recognize it?
No idea.
No idea.
Well, that's
Atlantis.
something. These library dudes will definitely have something on that. If we check up with them in the morning, they definitely will have some info. Right?
Well, speaking of the morning, can't wait to get there. I'll fall back and I'm ready for sleep.
You go have a nap and Marius do whatever you do.
Yeah, literally, like, it's at least 3:30 in the morning now after that watch. Very late. So Jacob is taking the next watch with...
Thought it was going to be Brona or one of those.
Yeah, sure. Brona the cook.
Brona or Alan or one of them. Or, yeah, any of them.
Oh, it's Brona now. They come in and they kind of wipe down all the kind of flour, take off their apron and kind of sit down, hands on their knees. What a night.
Yeah. Certainly was a bit of a fight.
A bit. We had crimson mist pouring through the windows at the Hall of the Dawn Chorus. If you guys hadn't have turned up, then we'd have been done for.
Well, our gods work in mysterious ways. It was only the right thing that we were here when we were here.
Doesn't seem too mysterious. Seems quite efficient to me. Anyway, if you don't mind me saying, we accept all kinds here in the Hall of the Dawn Chorus, but I've never seen anybody who looks quite like you before.
Yeah. It was a bit of a shock myself when I woke up like this.
You just woke up like that. We've got clerics. We can, if there's something we can do, just...
No, I think it's here to stay. It's something to do with my family. My family are part of the original people who ruled these isles before the humans came.
Oh.
I'm not one of them. They are not good people. But they seem to have some part snake in them, hence the scales and eyes.
Oh, I see that now. I wasn't sure if it was like something like chameleon-y or lizardy, but snake makes sense.
Yeah, it's sort of the snake. Yeah, it is what it is. I've got used to it by now. I barely notice it, and hopefully I haven't got too much trouble because of it, though. Luckily.
Oh, Cerulea is a really weird place, if to put it bluntly.
Yes, it is. It's a really nice place. Although I've not got much to compare it to. Are you from Cerulea originally?
No, my few of my colleagues and I travelled here from distant lands within the past few months.
Ah, well, welcome to the Isles. I've never left them, so you've come from further away than I've ever travelled.
Well, Badakari has its own share of problems,
Everywhere has problems, it seems.
but at least the sun came up every day back home.
Yeah, that's a new one on us too. We've had eternal storms that have gone on for weeks at a time. We've had snow, but never the sun not coming up. It is coming up a few miles from here. It just seems to be the city that's in perpetual twilight.
Somehow the whimsy of nature you can accept when it's random and mysterious, but when it's specifically targeted at your house, it feels fucking personal.
Well, big things going to be happening here over the next few days, I think.
Well, we'll be ready.
Good. Well,
Anyway, I've got to get up in 2 hours. Bread doesn't bake itself.
it doesn't. It was very good bread. The stew and bread before were amazing. Thank you for it.
Oh, gonna have to venture out in the morning down to Bayside, maybe one of the markets.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Do they have a Temple of the Dawn Lord where you've come from?
Yeah, I'm from Last Hollow. A friend of mine called Quest runs the Temple of the Dawn Lord there.
Oh, I know Quest. She was here when we arrived.
Yeah.
She left to go back home. Oh, well, if you see her, tell her that Brona says hi. In fact, I had a recipe I was meaning to give her. This is for sourdough. The culture is really difficult to get right.
I'll see that she gets it. Thank you. Sure she'll appreciate it. She loved her time here.
She was handy in the kitchen. Anyway, thanks again for tonight. I can't tell you how much we all appreciate it.
It was necessary. It was the right thing to do.
Okay. Shine on.
Good night to you too.
With that,
It's when someone says amen, but you feel awkward to reply the same thing.
amen, and you as well.
And you too.
So the last watch, Mia and Giselle.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Temperature starts to get a bit warmer. Still can't see any light. It would definitely be dawn around this time usually. But you both are awoken by Jacob as he goes to bed.
All right, guys. It's been quiet.
Good. I don't really know what time it is anymore.
It's about 4 hours since you went to sleep.
Ugh. Okay.
Not sure how much that helps, but it's been
Night,
quiet.
Jacob.
Night.
Night. Mia.
Giselle.
Who are you?
Worried,
Yeah.
anxious,
Yeah.
concerned.
Yeah. Are you thinking about the father thing? Or everything else that it's messed up?
It's kind of always there. in my mind, but kind of feels like it's all tied in together.
Do you think he knows you're here?
He must do. I think about sending him a message every day. And every day I think, but what if he doesn't know? What if it's a mistake? So I don't do it. I think about scrying on him every day and I think, what if they'll find out?
What if they'll find out?
I mean, maybe they've helped to cause this and maybe it'll make things worse. Maybe it will make it more difficult for us to potentially crash this wedding. What if they decide, oh, we'll elope? We won't do the planned huge wedding, we'll elope immediately and then the whole thing's fucked.
Isn't it all part together? Like they want it to take over. They won't leave it. Well, what do I know?
I don't know.
Are you actually literally picturing her as all of us in our armor like crashing a wedding? Because that's quite a funny image, to be honest.
I hope it
Stop.
won't get that far. My dream is that we'll somehow get to him and separate us from her and I can talk to him and see. But in my experience, it just never goes that way.
The worst, like, what if anything you do or we do doesn't change anything?
Yeah. Or what if I never speak to my father again because I helped to destroy his fiancée for some kind of greater good?
Yeah, that's pretty big. I don't think there is an answer.
No. No, I don't think so either. Have you heard from Camoon?
Yes. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Yes, I have heard from Camoon. When I was in the library, I got a little message, and he's doing all right. I've forgotten where he is, but he met some gargoyles on the journey. They're gargoyles without wings, apparently. And he said, I told him about the soul situation. He said he would support, and he just sounded really, really cheerful. So that's really cool.
Oh,
Yeah, I've got to write back to him, but it's been a bit busy. But yeah, he seems happy, so that's great.
your powers, do they come from him? Or the vessel that he was in?
Yes. And yes. /DM, help me out.
Yeah,
Yes
your
and
bond
yes.
with Camoon at least supplements power that you acquired through your. It kind of adds on to the power that you have just as a fey creature. Because that's where your sorcery powers come from. Your like fey wildness, but then some of these other powers come from Camoon and your bond with him.
I've still got his little home.
Yeah.
And how did you get him?
Oh, my sister. Yeah, I didn't know what it was. I was given it. Did I tell you about my sister? I mentioned it in the Lady Larenhall. I don't know if I have. Oh, I can't remember if I have or not. You know, the codex. I think there's a codex back home. Doing crazy things.
What?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know enough. But when I went to pick up these books, the one that helped with the runes and stuff. I've got a couple of others. Secretly sort of hid around because I didn't really want to see my father, and it looked like there was some stuff going on.
Who has the codex?
I think it's my sister.
Do you know what it does?
No, I don't know anything. Just purple.
Just purple.
The purple.
The Codex of Purple.
Codex
Yes,
Purpelia.
Codex Purplis.
No
Codex
purple.
Purpelia. Awesome.
So probably need to look into that now that you're one of those librarian folk.
Codex Hunter.
I think
Yeah.
maybe now that you've told me that, I have to
But I told
take
the
that
lady
seriously.
Yeah,
Oh, you did?
I did. Because I was like, how do you collect them? Don't kill anyone. And I think she said something like, we should, as part of your job, or we should look into it, or she can
Ugh.
dispatch people. But that's a lot of stuff going on over there.
Yeah.
But yeah.
She.
You know what the funny thing- Go on.
Oh, go on.
Do you know what the funny thing is? I don't actually know who my birth parents are.
Really?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
So you were adopted?
I was found and taken. Yeah. It's a story for
Found.
another day. But yeah.
Okay.
Um,
Gosh.
Yeah, so I don't know really. So you were just asking where the powers come from. Yeah. So I can't really relate to your situation, but I do have a dad figure.
Your sister's biological father?
That's right, but not mine really. So I understand sort of family dynamics, but not really in the same way. Yeah.
What did you make of Lady Larenhall?
She was like a giant walking clock. Was what I took away from that interaction.
I didn't have a chance to tell anyone this yet. She stopped time to speak with me. When we were all in her office, all of us, everything just stopped, and it was just me and her.
What did she say?
She was talking to me about my responsibilities as an agent of the Chained Library.
Serious stuff.
She specifically was talking to me about the codex, which is currently at the temple back in Silvercrest. And she said that she wrote it.
Oh.
I don't know if I've met anyone with that kind of history, that power before.
What?
And she told me it was stolen from her by Reginald Rosemantle. I don't know.
Name sounds.
Have you heard of him?
I think you guys have spoken about a rose mantle or two.
Yeah. It's something I really need to share with everyone at some point, but it was just
weird.
The only other person that has done that was Lone Spell to me.
And who's Lone Spell?
Ooh, he is the current Magister for Mistra.
Oh.
There's no real way to put this without it sounding horribly dramatic, but basically I am fated to fight him to the death.
Oh, shit.
He's a lich. He
when does
this Huh?
When does this go down? Have you got a time, a date, a when?
No.
God, knowing that you're going to fight to the death. So,
but that kind of power that he has, she has it too. Stopping time to talk to me.
And what's the codex she wrote?
The codex. Is it Mechanus?
What does it
Automata.
do?
Automata, sorry. Codex Automata.
And what kind of things does that do? Stop time?
Can you remind me? Apart from the big...
It enabled Gawain to summon a walking tower.
Yes.
Tower? It enabled him to attuned to a device which enabled him to control an army of robots.
That was cool. Our army was cool.
She's like, go on.
It is a major, like, it could turn the tide of battle in any war.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, hang on. Maybe you're meant to get that codex to fight this lone spell to the death with an army of robots. Yay!
It has to be me.
Yeah, but
No.
Oh.
I have this book that I need to read, but my you met my duplicate.
Yes, very odd.
She's read everything, and I thought maybe when I fight him, I could take her. Like, I created her. She came from a spell. She is me. She's me. And I spoke to her, sort of like, oh.
Discord did it again.
Discord
Discord's been really shit tonight.
It was big time. You got.
I just heard.
She spoke to me and
Yeah, that's what I
I'm
got.
just very animated all the time.
What did she say? She said, no, I'm not
Wow.
fighting your battles. That's what she said.
She told me that it has to be just me. It can't be me and her, even though she is me. I created her with a spell.
I like your style, though. You went around every sort of angle to get out of this, and it's not worked. But try.
It's not that I want out of it. It's just that I don't think I have the confidence that I will win. But I know it's what I have to do. But yeah.
Oh, that's a lot of pressure.
And I'm an agent of the chain library. I can't use that book. That book is for me to go and get and hand in. So it's kept somewhere safe.
Mm-hmm. Well, knowing that you've got a potential, like, sort of death mark on you, does that help with the whole... Sorry, to put it bluntly. I mean, does it matter what happens with your father now? I mean, maybe it does for soul purposes or afterlife, or... Is there a way of kind of just being, like, stoic on the situation? I don't know. I couldn't be, but, you know.
If I die... I want to die knowing that I tried to do the right thing.
That's noble. That's the right way. Maybe you won't die. Maybe you'll be like reborn, like Jacob, or even
maybe I'll win.
Maybe you'll win. But you'll definitely win.
Take that off the table, shall we?
That's also an option. Mia will
Giselle's like,
win.
oh shit! Sorry to hear about your impending death.
Mia will win. Definitely, it's definitely going to happen. I'm going with that from now on. God, you've got so much going on.
But you too, though.
Yeah, I don't think I've got a fight to the death, but you never know. We don't know what our fates have in store for us. When did you become a follower of Mystra? How did it all sort of kick off?
Oh, since I was small.
Okay. Like a family religion-y type thing.
Just not really my family as much as the kind of like guards around me. I didn't really hang out that much at home. I was off kind of wandering around, getting to know the city, but I often had a guard with me. And they kind of... The Knights of Mystical Fire, they were always around me, so I kind of learned that way.
Interesting. And just, sorry, because I'm asking all the questions. How do you think your parents feel about that if they're not part of that religion?
Well, I mean, I've met my dad approximately once, and he sort of didn't acknowledge it. And then my mother doesn't care. She's fills her brain with other things. They don't care. They don't mind. It's not that they don't. It's not that she doesn't care about me. It's just that she could.
You do you.
She cares more about other things.
Okay. And she doesn't care that you're like maybe in contact with your dad or anything? You're not technically in contact, but maybe.
Well, I haven't told her that.
Oh. you think she'd care?
Don't know. I think she must know why I left the water plane. Like, I came here to meet him.
Oh.
Mm.
Jesus, and now you're a day away from a wedding. Oh. Yeah.
Huh? I think on a level she must know that that's what I wanted to do. She gave me enough clues to know where I might start to look for him.
Okay.
But she's not brought it up, and nor have I. And I guess we'll see.
I mean, there is another approach to take to this whole wedding thing. And rather than being like, need to break them up, you could just go in there with like this pissed off attitude that you were never invited and you weren't asked to be a bridesmaid. And, you know, you go in with like that vibe. I'm, you know, entitled, but that kind of thing. That might help.
It's not a
Sort the
bad
thing.
idea.
I mean, just an idea to kind of keep them separate. But yeah,
I'll sleep on it.
I hope, yes, good. Excellent plan. Oh, by the way, I've got some books from the library. And then Giselle is going to share the books that she has from the library with Mia. So she's got an idea of the books that she has.
From what library?
In the mine in Narjarim. I've got to take these to the Vade Mecum. Yeah, at some point. There's a lot going on, isn't there? There's like lots of different paths. We're not even there yet. I've got a contact there from all the libraries that the work that I've been doing.
If you're going to share them with me, do you want to put them in the chat so it can be recorded, or are you just saying, I've got these books?
I'm going to say to Mia, I've got these books. And then in the chat, I'll pop it in there.
Okay.
When we're done chatting.
Fun.
And yeah, but I haven't heard from my contact for a while, so I don't know it's weird. I don't know what's going on there. So yeah, kind of got books to drop off and a bit of worry about my sister. And then you've got this big wedding tomorrow. Is it tomorrow?
It's morning now, then
It is.
the wedding is tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Who's your contact at the Vade Mecum?
Somebody that you all know that I've not got my notes in front of. Hang on.
Oh, I know it,
Of Hololana, Virian.
Oh,
him.
Why that reaction?
has Giselle not spoken to anyone in this group about him?
No, I've heard you talk about him. I thought it was a her, actually.
You can carry on role playing. I'll be 2 seconds.
Oh God.
We talk about books. We talked about, you know, we'd send letters and we talk about how annoying it is to work at a library and all the like how we have to stack books. Just that, and that's who I speak to.
It's been a long time since you heard from him.
Yeah,
like over a year.
Potentially. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Oh.
You might have destroyed time and space.
He no longer here anymore?
I don't know. So, he made a wish.
He made a wish?
We were at an auction last year, and he made a wish that it bent reality, or it muddled up reality, or we wound up in a different reality because of his wish. And I have no idea what happened to him.
Well, he's not here.
No. Have you sent him any messages or anything?
I sent a letter that didn't get responded to. And these books I have to take back there. Oh.
I don't think I know anyone at the Vade Mecum that I could ask.
Well, I have runes to get to the circle there. If we needed to get there.
Oh,
Yeah. I know those for Narjareem and Avado Mecum. And also now the School of Sorcerer.
well, that's very useful.
Yeah.
I suppose we could go there
At some
maybe when
point.
things are calmed down, but
Yeah.
I would expect it to not be as you imagine.
Oh, weird. Oh, well, I'd like to say I hope he's okay, but maybe he's not. Well.
Can I'm going to get back to sleep. Can I borrow one of your books to read just for a few pages?
Yes, I can also give you a hymn book of Lathander songs that I have just added to the collection of books that I'm now keeping. So you can choose from any of those 4 if you choose.
Have you posted them?
No, because I've been talking to you, but I'll do it now. Got to find Dan's original text. Hang on, guys.
They did have some silly names.
And we've used one of them. Take your pick, Mia. Which you want to go for?
The Arcana Sutra.
Oh, you put it in the...
Terrible.
There we go.
What about the scrying one?
I'd probably borrow aardvarks to anvils. Just not to like properly study, but just to read a couple of pages before I drop off to sleep again.
Of course. Here.
This book, as far as you can glean from a couple of pages of reading, is just people who've tried to polymorph people into strange things, and whether it's worked or not.
Yeah,
that sounds cool.
In that case, Giselle's going to read a little bit on scrying, and she'll take the other. We'll just be on watch together in silence, reading books. After that little chat.
You're not gonna read Lathander's Book of Hymns?
That's a morning song situation, so watch out when you wake up. That's all I'm saying.
Some of the hits like Blinded
Shine
by the
on
Light,
me.
Shine on Me,
That is a religious song, I think.
and
Shine.
Light My Fire. Yeah.
Okay, on that note, you can all have a long rest. I need some hit dice rolls from Red and Marius, because they're a little bit behind everybody else.
No, roll the 1.
Wah.
Wah.
Yeah, so not the biggest jump in HP for anyone, but hey ho. Wizards, they don't need HP, do they?
Well, judging after the one yesterday, could have used a few extra, I guess. But it's fine. I find two extra spells. I've added a lightning bolt because I think I went way too much fire in all my stuff. So
just in case you encounter fire immunity.
Just in case, just diversify, and I took Feeble Mind as well for fun.
Cool.
I did up my HP a little bit.
And the Warcaster. Because why not?
Oh, you took a feat, Warcaster?
Yeah.
Cool. What spell did you take there, John?
I don't actually get a new spell. It's just an ASI, but I can swap a spell when I level up, which I am going to do. I'm going to swap out Suggestion for, I think, Dispel Magic.
Cool.
I took a feat, Resilient, so my Constitution goes up a little bit.
Resilient Constitution.
And I can get proficiency in that save as well, so it's a nice bump.
And do we get extra 12?
Let me check, that hasn't upped now. I think it's still the same. 13.
Ooh.
Lucky.
Well, let's hope.
Right.
Obviously, it's a very late night, and if you've taken a long rest, it's going to mean that you wake up in the mid morning, 10 a.m. But yeah, already at that point, breakfast is underway. It's still dark outside, but repairs are ongoing, and Giovanni comes to kind of wake you all up and ask you whether you're staying or you intend to leave. High Priestess, I assume you'll be staying for a while.
You assume incorrectly, young follower of mine, because I'm getting the fuck out of here imminently. But I shall return. We just have a lot of really, really important stuff to deal with.
Well, if it helps bring light to this darkness, then you go with our blessing and support.
Can you
Best wishes.
keep the hatches battened down and look after the congregation?
Oh, the Hall of the Dawn Chorus is not a ship, but we can do our best. If you happen upon any mercenaries for hire who'd like to help keep watch, then we'd very much appreciate it. We could even use some of the fund to pay you back any expenses.
We'll see what we can do. By the way, do any of you have the means to send messages? I'm not around. Can you get hold of me?
Giovanni says, he nods. He seems to be confident that he could do that in an emergency.
And then I'll lean a bit closer to him so that none of the congregation and stuff over here, just keep everything locked down. If anyone you don't recognize even so much as approaches the temple, then message me immediately.
Very well. Good luck tracking down our artifact. I'll send you a message of anything important should it come up. Shine on, High Priestess. So, what is it that you all would like to do?
Red, would Red have told us all, now that we're all awake, that the list of items is incomplete?
Oh, about the diamond? Yeah. Sorry, yeah.
So would we want to check with the jeweler if
Philippe.
he's got a diamond in his shop, Philippe, if he's got a diamond in his shop at the right value that we could go grab this morning?
Sounds like a good first stop. Rock home.
And then go from there to Clethys's.
Mm-hmm.
Seems like the best plan. So that's the plan, Dan.
Okay. When you wake up, Philippe is already gone. But you know where he is. So, yeah, you will travel to Rockholm to track him down in his emporium.
It's very close to the library. I don't know if we want to maybe just stop by, ask them to do a research on the name we found. John, what do you think? I feel like this was a pretty powerful clue you got. So
I was definitely wanting to visit there again. Just in terms of gameplay, I was probably thinking we'd do it just afterwards, or we could split the party, or
Yeah,
we go
I
past there
don't
first,
mind
whatever.
not going to the library, staying away for a while. So I'm happy to go to fish out jewelry. I can be on the diamond team.
Mhm.
Okay, so who's on the diamond team? Marius and Mia and Giselle.
Yep.
Where chained library team is Jacobin Red.
That's good.
Sounds good
Okay.
to me.
We'll do the diamond first. So yeah, you make your way to the Rockholm Diamond Emporium, which is like on the very. It's next to some rocks. It's like here, and you can see that actually they've got their own little mining tunnel behind the Diamond Emporium, and they're like chipping away, like literally like nearly underneath the citadel of the Red Knights. However, as you approach, you see that there is a Red Knight guard posted like behind the shop, kind of guarding this outpost.
Hmm. Stopping them from mining for diamonds.
All you can see from your kind of like safe distance is just that they're stood outside, just keeping watch.
That's
Go in.
interesting.
Hmm.
Yeah.
We'll go in the shop.
Yeah.
Go into the Emporium. Yeah, you can like give the mine aspect like a wide berth and like go into the shop. You see a teenage girl. She might be like 16, kind of blonde hair, tied up in a bun, some like oversized glasses, and she's like filling out some paperwork at the front desk.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning. It
well-
is morning, isn't it?
I think so. We're looking for Philippe.
Oh, Dad came back very late last night or early this morning.
Mhm.
I don't know. He's real tired. Can I take a message?
Oh, actually, I did a little bit of business with him last night, and I bought some diamond dust, and I'm here to buy a diamond or diamonds.
Oh, we just sent a shipment yesterday. Not many people wanted to buy jewelry when they're like worried about the end times. But we might have some reserves. How much are you looking for exactly?
I would love at least one diamond worth 500 gold. But if you have anything else, I'll buy that too.
Okay.
And
Let me.
it's not for jewelry. I need it to cast spells and heal people.
I understand. Okay, bear with me. And she kind of gives a nod to someone who none of you notice is a big, like half orc, like stood behind the door, just with her arms folded. It's just not said anything as you enter. She goes away. Mia, we're just going to make an investigation check, and I'm going to make you roll it, please.
Oh, God.
Okay. With a 12, she comes back with a singular box, opens it up. I've got one diamond of the market value you described. However, the market is topsy-turvy right now, given the current conditions. And this is our last one. So there's a note here from my dad. And it says we are not absolutely not supposed to let this go for anything less than 750 gold pieces.
Oof. I'll look at Giselle and Marius and see if they've got anything to say.
You know, if your dad was awake, he would tell you that we like absolutely saved his life last night. I'm just wanted to mention that. All right.
Uh-huh. And if my mum was awake, she'd scold him for giving this diamond away for anything less than what is written here.
Giselle turns to Mira and says, I don't mind paying the full price for this. I could do spells and distort value, but I feel like times are tough.
Oh, yeah.
And even if it's a lie, like, still times are tough, right?
You're not
True.
gonna haggle? You guys are loaded. I didn't know that about you.
I would usually, but...
Oh, you guys are loaded? Well, then pay up.
Damn it, Marius.
Giselle pays the 750.
Oh. Okay.
She gets you to sign a piece of paper. She signs a record of authenticity. It's a diamond worth about 500 gold pieces. You've paid a premium for it, but you get it in a nice box, and it's pushed across the counter to you. Thank you, miss.
Business
Thank
must
you.
be the business must be booming though. Like you can afford Red Guard as a private security. That's pretty great.
Ugh, absolutely not. The Red Guard are just trying to make sure we don't tunnel underneath the citadel of the Red Knights. Those foundations are nigh on impenetrable, and we're trying to dig round them, but it's making it really difficult.
Your mind goes all the way up to their walls?
Yeah, it's just out back. That's why they've got guards posted there.
Well, how did they know about it? Did you try to knock through and they heard you, or?
So you think that, like, mining, like, within a few hundred feet of the citadel isn't going to get noticed?
Oh,
How long have they
They're-
been there?
yeah.
Sorry, Marius.
No.
How long have who been where?
The Red Knight's been posted.
Oh, ever since we started mining, it'd be like a year ago now.
Okay.
And they just there 24/7?
I mean, it's just a short walk down. I don't think they send many of the sergeants down here. It's more of a rookie duty. One of the boys who comes down's pretty nice, though.
Rookies, yeah, we know them. They have a hard time in Red Guard. I say.
Name. Sorry. What's your Sorry, I didn't ask your name.
Clarissa.
Clarissa explains it all. Clarissa, just a pondry. Like, say, how would you get access as an employee to the mine? Do you have like a certification? You have to prove that you work.
Do you have any jobs going?
Do you have any jobs going?
Well, like I say, there's not much. We've just had to export most of our stock. To Menelambia, but as soon as this situation gets dealt with, I'm sure Dad will be looking to hire a few spare hands. But don't mind me saying, absolutely none of you look like you could wield a pickaxe, apart from maybe the blue lady. I'm sorry, but you guys aren't miners. So what? Why do you ask?
Just wondering if there was a secret way to get to the gods.
Oh, you guys are trying to plot an insurrection?
I mean,
No.
No. What
She
a
has such a
ridiculous
weird
idea.
sense of humor. I've been studying jewelry, and I'll get out my jeweler's kit, and I'm just interested. I've studied what you do with the sort of raw jewel, but getting into a mine. There's a mine
Make a
near.
deception check, Mia.
Yes. Yes, I can confirm. She has been very interested in jewels.
This perceptive young clerk narrows her eyes at you. It's like, mining. It's so interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Will there be anything else?
Thanks, Clarissa.
Could you get us in? If the price was right.
With this, like the half orc like stands up and like she kind of like looks towards him. Just what are you implying?
I just asked the question.
You can't be happy with what the Red Guard are currently doing in the city, can you?
You're already pissed off that they're on guard.
They didn't help at all last night as well. Like your dad was there with everybody in the Lathander Temple, and shit was going down. They were all gonna die, and
My
there's
dad was
mist.
gonna die.
Yep. There's mist and undead and all sorts of shit going on.
Make a persuasion check at advantage, Marius.
Okay.
Huh.
My dad was in danger. You guys helped. The Red Knights didn't. And now you want to
Sure
go and
will.
stick it to those assholes?
Yeah.
It's what we want to do. Yeah.
Okay. Like, I could let you know when the shift changes. Sometimes there's like a 15-minute window or something. It's really hard to tell the time of day though. There's a schedule, and the half orc like points to a clipboard where they were curious about this themselves because they wanted to smuggle out more diamonds than they admitted to mining to avoid, paying tax on it.
Taxes. Tax avoiders. Sure.
But they were like, if you could smuggle out a few diamonds from the mine under their noses, we might pretend that we never saw you. And we certainly didn't know when you went in there.
Hey, that sounds like a plan. Tell me about those walls, though.
Oh, the foundations?
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah, there's like, it's a way to get up to the Citadel of the Red Knights, but you still got to get through the doors. There's like a basement. There's usually people there. I think they keep their equipment down there, or sometimes there's like storage or provisions or supplies. I don't know. They don't let us get too close.
So there is a door that we could get to from the mine. We don't have to blast any holes in.
No,
the
you could get up
foundations.
to it. It's just we dug a bit too closely, and that's what alerted the knights to our operation in the first
It
place.
must have been an awkward evening.
She like laughs, and the half orc emerges from like behind the door, like into full view, and he's missing one of his legs, and he uses a crutch. And he says, "Yeah, it was fucking awkward."
Oh shit. The assholes, right? Am I right or what?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, nobody likes the Red Knights in Rockholm.
Oh, absolutely.
Hmm.
Okay. Yeah. Let's find out. Let's take a look at the schedule. Find out when. And, well, I think we might be back here. Well, pretend we never met.
The half orc shows you the clipboard, and there will be roughly 3 more shift changes today. One in about 2 hours, one in about 6 hours, and one in about 10 hours.
Okay. Cool.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll memorize that.
Is that every day, just in case it's not this day that we come and do it?
Yeah, it's like roughly every 4 hours, but the times seem to change each day.
Okay.
We take a look at the next day just in case as well, so I can just memorize the schedule.
Yeah, it's like 8, 12, 4, 8, 12. If you like.
Yep. I'll memorize that, and well, that was useful in more than one way, right?
Yeah.
Didn't expect that.
Let's get this diamond to Clethis.
Yes. Thank you, Clarissa, for everything.
She like puts her fist up.
For the people.
Exactly.
Where's my beret?
hmm So Red and Jacob were off to the chained library.
Yeah.
Jacob, you know how to gain entry with your amulet.
Yep. So I hold the door and think, open this door.
And indeed it does. You are greeted by Joxy. Hi, Jacob.
Hey, Joxy, how you doing?
Oh, I'm good. I'm just waiting for my next assignment. Don't know what it's going to be. What are you up to? I didn't expect to see you back so soon.
Oh, well, we ran into some trouble at the temple, found out some information, and Red now wants to pass it on to somebody in charge. Thinks it might be useful. Books going missing, that sort of thing.
We spoke with Bren last time we were here.
Oh, Mr. Greenshard. Sure. He doesn't usually sleep. If you go down into the scriptorium, then he'll be there. One of the guards will take you down, and you see that kind of like massive, like robotic construct with a gold sword, like take you downstairs to Bren.
These constructs, are they clockwork too?
You can make an Arcana check.
I can try and make a Arcana check. Meh.
Hard to say. They're definitely constructs. How they move and how they work is a bit beyond your purview. However, you're greeted by Bren Greenshard, who doesn't. He looks to be just as into his work as he was the day before, completely absorbed by books and scripts and scrolls. Redemption. Long time no see.
Told you we'd stop by.
What can I do for you? We're going to try and create a divining rod.
Yeah. Well, here, you can, when you read these and just check them out, just show him the scroll of old scripture.
This is old. Older than me, even. And he takes his glasses out. Whoa. Oh, fine penmanship. Certainly a lot of description of Mount Celestia. Something I can visualize now a lot more clearly, thanks to you. Celestial frequencies are tricky, but I would guess, and he kind of does some like arcane mathematical calculation. Do you have an object that I could, whose frequency I could try and triangulate from?
You know, it's funny, after our dream last night, I felt like I'd had a little revelation, and I wondered if I'd be doing wrong by my faith if I didn't just try to do it myself the hard way, you know? No offense, your arcane abilities are impressive, and you're incredibly well read, and if there's something else I could request of you, I'd appreciate it so much. But certain things, well, they're holy to the temple, you understand, and
No, say no more. I don't wish to overstep my boundaries. And he stands up, and he puts like it looks like a ship navigator's compass, like it's a whole load of concentric circles that are like rotating, and he puts it on his desk. And he takes the scriptures and scrolls out, and he kind of starts carving out some chalk. He's like, allow me to conduct my investigations on these scriptures. Give me a day or two. I might be able to develop what you need. You know. So you've done it yourself.
I appreciate it, Bren, thanks. But there was just one other thing before we left. Well, as a matter of fact, I guess maybe you met or you talked to some of the Red Knights that were stationed outside guarding the library?
I haven't left this library in a long time, but I'm aware that some of them were stationed here and making sure that security was redoubled.
Did they ever take care of any security within the library, or they just guarded the outside?
Not. They're not permitted inside.
Yeah, good. They, well, you know that we kind of had a little bit of a tumble, let's say, with a few of the guards outside when we first got here. They had the kind of, they seemed to be empowered or possessed or restricted. I'm not sure. I had this flash of image from one of them, these chains around them, definitely divine or otherworldly. I tried to communicate with them after they died, and they mentioned they worshipped Talantis.
Talantis? It's not a god of any pantheon I'm aware of. However, I have been digging out as much as I can on the upper planes since our last conversation, and he points to a whole stack of books. Perhaps you and your friend here might try and peruse some of those texts for the name.
Couldn't harm.
Yeah, we don't have long though.
Well, that'll be an hour or so, probably getting at the shop. So
We agreed to you guys to meet us at the library when you were finished, or did we intend to meet at Tybrand?
We can say whatever, whatever suits you.
Don't know if anyone said, but I'm just thinking of time.
We probably would have. So what was the next step after this?
I think it was go to
Clefis.
Clefis.
Clefis. So there, yeah, I think we would have, because we would have had to go back to go to the nearest steps, at least looking at this map.
Oh, true. Yeah, you actually do go past.
Neverwell, so we probably meet you.
Okay, well, since we'll be waiting for them on the way back, even if it's only quick, we might as well have a scan.
yeah,
All right.
Let's have a look. Let's have a read.
You can each make either an investigation or religion check.
Okay. My investigation check coming up now.
Okay. You don't have long, so raise the DC a little bit to be successful. What you find, Jacob is the one that stumbles upon the most relevant tome. And what you find out is Talantis is a solar in service to the Red Queen, just like Mendrion is a solar in service to Lathander.
Hmm.
Talantis, however, is known to be quite the interventionist and has led military operations on multiple planes of existence. He's a warrior angel, basically.
Warrior angel in service to the Red Queen.
Lady of strategy.
The Red Queen. Red. Is the Red Queen? Is she bad one?
Well, put it this way, just be glad we found the name in the upper planes section. But I don't know much more than that, to be honest.
Well, to be honest, it's probably a reach, but red makes me think of blood. And all this lot of mixed up in Hemocraft as it is.
Yeah, it's just weird that Cerulea seems so kind of devout and enthusiastic when describing following Talantis, but it's also said that they and Camille had the same goals. Their ambitions were aligned. It's sketchy at best. And imagine Camille to be aligned with those that follow a celestial good.
No. Unless they think they're following a celestial good and actually Talantis has been corrupted.
Yeah, Camille could have been telling lies. That's not exactly outside of the realms of possibility. Stringing them along, you think?
We've met corrupted celestials before, I think. I think Alexeros was one.
No way, really?
So who knows? The power of the gods, you know how powerful they are. It's just worrying.
You would both of you would have found out that in terms of the alignment of the Red Knight or the Red Queen, which is an interchangeable name for her, the Red Knight, the Red Queen, the Lady of Strategy, the Grand Master of the Lance Board, the Crimson General, the Red Lady, the Red Lord, their alignment is lawful neutral.
Mm.
Neutral doesn't mean good. Perhaps they think good's been on top for too long and it's time for someone else to have a turn. It's worrying, though. You're right.
It all comes down to what kind of rule of law they follow and how Camille lines up exactly with that.
Knowing our luck in the worst way possible.
As you've mentioned Camille a couple of times in Bren's presence, he can't help but pipe up. Your connection to Camille Cantergraft comes by way of one of his kin visiting here yesterday. Am I correct?
Yes,
Right on the money.
Marius.
Lady Larenhall mentioned it to me once you'd left.
Yeah, Marius, the pale one. It's his brother.
Yes, it's what I've been able to ascertain. Camille was an apprentice of mine.
Ah.
And I feel responsible that he was able to extract a particularly dangerous tome couple of years ago from right under my nose. Too trusting, you see. That's why I'm relegated to the bowels of the scriptorium, and I'm not sent on missions like young Joxy or one of the others. Vornak, etc.
We seek to repair that issue permanently.
I'd like to bequeath on you a tome which might provide you with some assistance. It is a copy and not the original, so you're allowed to take it.
Would be an unwise person who turned down help, especially from someone as learned as you.
Hold on. He hands you a dusty tome. Not a dusty tome, sorry, a newly wrapped tome. So it's like the spine of the book is still like it's not been hard bound. It's almost like it's been what's the word what do you do to a dissertation? Just bind it.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like that. And it is basically a manuscript. He explains of how to kill vampires.
Oh, just what we need.
Manuscripts on how to kill vampires. This is brilliant. Thank you very much. With this, we can end his manipulations.
I'd regard it as a personal favor if you were to drive a stake through his fucking heart.
Wouldn't be the first vampire I've staked. I'd be honoured to do it. Although I think Marius wants that particular honour.
Quite. Blood is thicker than water and a much more useful spell component to some people.
I think Mia might have a problem with that. She manages to do very well with water.
It's merely a figure of speech.
I know. Tried to be silly. But thank you for this. I was trying
The
to
time
lie.
for silliness is over. Please. I must try and harness the resonant frequencies that will allow you to make your journey. And with that, he like pings a tuning fork off his desk and like listens to it. Now go on. Away with you.
Oh,
I guess we're waiting here more or less for everyone, but I was just wondering if I might spy Samaris.
Yeah, the old tiefling librarian.
Yeah.
He'd be back upstairs on your way out.
Yeah, maybe I'll just like peek my head in his office.
Hello, back again.
Yeah, we were just speaking to Bren about an old student of his.
Ah, yes. It's quite a sore point for him. I hope you didn't disturb his work to lord it over him.
No, we're hoping we can help him with a favor, actually.
Very good. And what have you come to bother me for?
Well, you know, since we were here the other day and we were in such a rush, and we don't have long now either, we'll be right out of your hair, but, you know, I couldn't get off my mind, like, how trippy it is where this place comes from. How it was just written into existence before existence. And I just couldn't help but wonder endlessly, where do you guys come from?
Shut the door.
Like,
Jacob, you're on the outside.
Oh,
Have you ever heard the expression that knowledge is power?
I think I've heard it a few times.
Well, knowledge also creates power. Whenever you have a collection of knowledge so dense, so influential, as such that it's the culmination of many learned lifetimes and avenues of inquiry, it can create a confluence in the weave. Did you know that the chained library is the consequence of both the consequence of such a collection of knowledge and the cause, both cause and effect?
I think No, don't follow.
Very well. Knowledge is a doorway to enlightenment. You might regard that as a figure of speech, but it is also quite literally true. Go over to my bookshelf and pass me the third tome on the second highest shelf from the left.
Yeah, go and grab it.
When you grab it, you pull it partially out of the shelf and it clicks. And the bookcase opens. And beyond, you can see an almost infinite plane of doorways.
Whoa. Does it all lead?
This is a pathway to every center of accumulated knowledge across the multiverse. You can get here through any library or place of learning that has accumulated enough knowledge. The chained library poured out of this doorway once enough knowledge had been collected at the New Frontier Library. So powerful the New Frontier Library had become that we had to lock it down.
So, if I collected enough knowledge in my own library, then eventually it would just have a doorway open up in the side of it and it's like down that hallway somewhere.
Eventually we may emerge from the other side of that doorway in order to keep everything that you had accumulated safe, not only from the rest of the world, but from you.
Oh, which one was the start?
It's not so much a case of starting and finishing. These tomes, these centers of knowledge have begun to appear as soon as people started collecting and cataloging their knowledge. However, it is possible to travel between places of learning, and through the doorways such as the one before you, you can travel both forwards and backwards in time. However, many people who choose to make such a journey between one library and another, for example, if I needed to go and get a book from the Vade Mecum, I could make my way there directly. But there would be a chance that I would never return. There are people between realms who keep knowledge more closely guarded and who are far more dangerous than we. We know them only as the Grey Librarians. I'm afraid if you were to encounter one, the entire contents of your memory, being, and personality might be turned into a book where you would rest on a shelf for all eternity.
So, you and the other librarians, you were collecting your own knowledge, building your own libraries, and then one day they scooped you up too?
Lady Larenhall came through and informed us of our duties.
So where were you from originally?
I've started my work at the New Frontier, but prior to that, I was from Jadewater.
Don't think I've heard of it.
You wouldn't have. It was burnt to a cinder many years ago.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear about that.
At least I don't harbour any temptation to go home. Myself and Mr. Greenshard, who you spoke to earlier, are quite happy turning our backs on the creatures and people that might betray us on the outside.
Oh.
This is our job now. This is our life.
It's true. It's like reading a good book is like escaping to a whole other world.
And with that, he's like next to you and he pushes the bookcase closed.
Yeah. Visitation over.
Yeah, don't let me get stuck in there. Well, that's enough to screw my head up for the next 10 days.
It's okay. Hold on one second. Come on. I'd like you to make a wisdom saving throw.
There it is.
And you don't remember any of it.
Buddy.
Ooh, good save.
It's not quite enough to save from Samarus's modify memory spell.
No.
Yeah, you with a wry smile, Samarus kind of like pats you on the shoulder, and the last minute of your discussion is transformed into how to get to the Vade Mecum, and Samarus tells you that actually you've got to get a boat from Shorehaven, go across to get one of the forts, and he basically tells you the long way round.
Mm-hmm.
Will there be anything else?
Yeah, that's more than enough. Kind of boring. Oh, doesn't matter. Like,
Boring.
it's hoping for something cool. Like,
Yeah, I'll be some weird conspiracy of dual factions of librarians fighting behind the closed doors of interdimensional. Not this.
Just gotta get Jack up and be like, oh, he's just waffling on about directions to the Vade Mecum. Well, I could have walked there by now.
Well, yeah. Maybe you'd have left me outside for that as well.
Ooh, salty.
It was tieflings only.
Tiefling
right.
salty.
Quite rude, but hey,
He's so salty.
I had a look around afterwards. It's a very dusty old library. I'm surprised most of them don't have eye problems looking at dusty, mouldering tomes all day.
Yeah. Wonder how long they've been here and where they all came from.
Yeah,
You should ask about that.
it's straight.
Yeah, sorry, there was just something
I
I
should
wanted
have
to...
asked Samaras while I was in there. Do you want to go in?
What did
Maybe you should. What one tiefling to another?
I'll just chew my ear off about getting to the Vade Mecum again. Boring. Oh.
We need to go there. We need to go there. We need to go to. We promised Tilly we'd go there at some point soon. Her hometown's not far from it. She's from
Yeah, she
little
needs to
tiny
show up
village.
soon as well.
Yeah, well, she's from Jadewater, tiny little village near there.
Oh, that name rings a bell. Nah, I never heard of it.
No. Oh god, that was fun.
Okay, so you guys are meeting up and going back to Diabrand now?
Yeah,
Yeah.
as they walk out and we're kind of waiting to the side, as like they come in, it's like, hey, how did it go?
We found out a little bit about the Red Knight or Red Queen and that Talantis that Asulia mentioned.
Oh yeah.
Waves a solar, which is like
Of
a
the red.
celestial being, angel, warrior.
I think I saw one of those yesterday, Red.
Interesting.
When I fell down the ravine.
Oh, that would have been the book.
Oh. Is that
Yeah.
what it does then? It stops you from falling down, dying when you fall down ravines.
Well, not specifically when you fall down ravines,
Ah,
but there's a big smoking hole next to your name in the tome when I got back.
What did they say? What did they say when you told them about the book that was stolen from your temple?
I didn't want to bring it up. I mean, I know we told them enough and discussed enough last night, and it probably wouldn't elude them anyway, but it's not like we had anything to go off. I mean, if they knew where it was, they would have saved it by now anyway, and who knows if they would have even told us.
And their version of save would be locking it in some cupboard, dusty cupboard, never to be read but by them.
Yeah.
Maybe they took it.
Yeah, it could have been them that took it.
I know, that's what was in the back of my mind.
I mean, honestly, if they use the distraction of these things to attack poor, then fuck them and their organization. No offense, Mir.
It's what I would have done years ago. Cause a big enough distraction, you get away with anything.
Mm.
Yeah, sure.
But it's not me anymore.
Well, we've done well.
Yeah, did you find a diamond?
Yeah,
One diamond.
we did.
And a
We
gift
did.
book.
But that's not the best of it. I'll let Mir explain. It's
Not the
pretty
best of
good.
it.
Then we
Well,
explain about the mine.
Uh-huh.
Then Mir explains about the mine. Yeah,
We have to
So-
roleplay everything.
Rista.
we don't. We don't really don't. But
so we could bonk a red guard on the head and break into their temple that way.
or even sneak in between the. I mean, they don't really look like they. There's one god who's a rookie. You know, they're probably when they shift change. There's probably an ample opportunity because they wouldn't think this is something that's like well known, or this could be it for us to get
Is
in
that went so well?
undetected.
Well,
No,
yeah, if we do need to get in,
Camille's in there, and I need to end this sooner or later. We've got plenty to deal with, but at some point I'm going in there with or without you, and this
Oh.
kind of gave me a bit of a pick me up, a chance, a slimmer of hope that maybe it's not a suicide. Even if it is, at least if I get to him and sort this out, whatever
Wow.
happens after is fine.
we'll do this. We have to. I think get this spell done, Cleth's spell, and see what effect that has. Who knows? Your brother might come to us.
Well, I want to sort out the problem with the Raven's Queen temple. I mean, she's guiding me, and
Yeah, and they blocked off the access underneath the temple for some reason. We should see what's down there. Although,
well, yeah, Raven's there, obviously.
yeah, Mia,
Hmm.
you're good with magical items and things. You know that dagger that I picked up,
Me, are you?
the Raven
no.
Queen dagger that I picked up, the same time that Tisha got the coins that hurt her.
Mm-hmm.
When I stabbed that guy with it hurt me as well. Like the dagger was sapping my energy.
Is that the dagger that you stole from a sarcophagus in a temple?
I didn't steal it. I was.
Well, it was gifted to be quite honest about
It was
it.
gifted
so.
to us by the Talon. Was it the Talon or the? What's his? I forgot his name. The guy, the
Beak.
caretaker.
The beak.
Beak.
Yes, it wasn't stolen. It was in the understanding that we're following Raven's Queen well, it might aid us.
Did we
I
not
think-
steal some stuff from
No,
the
I
sarcophagi?
don't think so. I think it was all kind of out in the open, and he said, "Do what you will," as far as I remember. GM.
Yeah, he told us we could take it. I'm sure he did.
Well, it's too
I'm looking at
fucking late now. It's too fucking late now.
I think we tried to fish around in the chapel across the street, but there wasn't really anything there.
Yeah.
No,
If there
but
was, we'd probably take it as well. But
I'm just a bit
But there
like, yeah,
wasn't.
if you robbed a church, then yeah, it's going
Wasn't
to
there-
stab you in the back.
There was a voice that came with you picking up an item in the.
there's a skull that I have that belongs to the champion of Raven Queen.
was the same. You were given the circle at the same time, Mia.
Oh yeah,
I-
that came.
I am going to ask. I could make me a roll for this knowledge. And there is still something that you can do, May, with the item, as Jacob has asked you about it. So if you want to investigate the dagger, I can let you. But what is the
Sure.
key difference between Marius and Jacob in relation to the Raven Queen?
Are you asking me?
No, I'm asking everyone. This is above the table.
Well,
Marius
Marius is a follower of part of that religion, right?
Ding, 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 ding. So
Kicked out.
I see. So Marius can use the items.
well, you can investigate the dagger if you wish.
Yeah. That's an
You can do it.
investigation check.
Arcana.
Okay. Ugh.
Some funky resonance to it.
Funky resonance.
Something that you've a similar funky resonance to the coins that you helped with.
like
And
it's
this
cursed in some way.
did I get any of that when I had the Clethis has got the circlet now, but when I had the circlet?
Nope.
Okay. I don't know, Jacob. I can't. Something's off, but I can't figure out why. If you didn't like it, don't use it again.
That's what I've done. I put it away.
Good advice. If it hurt you, don't do it.
Put it down.
Don't
Yeah.
do it again.
I might, when this is over, I'll probably return it to her sarcophagus. It's probably the best plan, unless you think it's too dangerous and should return to your temple instead.
Oh, if we manage to restore the temple and proper controls and stuff like that, then I feel like, sure, returning it sounds like a good idea. But I mean, I'm not gonna tell you to do it.
Oh yeah. If you are restored, if all this goes well, and you're, will you go back to the temple? When
I
this is all-
don't, Jacob, I don't really expect to survive this. I have only one mission, and I am helping you because I'm hoping you will help me in that, which you've already expressed some interest and fact that it's all probably connected in some way. My brother needs to die. Whatever happens after, I don't really have any plans.
As you utter, "My brother needs to die," you enter through the Tinder Woods into Direbrand, and you see the tavern where you were just yesterday on fire.
Oh, I knew it.
Oh
that-
no! No! I'll get the decanter of endless water.
Okay.
Is that where we're ending, or?
Yeah, let's end it there. Let's end it on a cliffhanger. The whole tavern is up in flames.
Oh great! And then we're not playing next week either.
Yes, we are.
Yeah, we are.
I
The
think
week
we are.
after we break.
The week
Mhm.
after we break.
Yeah.
Then we have the 9th, and then the live game.
Okay.
Yeah.
So for the stream then, next week.
Yeah.
No week after. And then we'll do a secret one, which you won't be able to see because it'll be in real life.
Secret one.
And we'll all die. That'll be great.
We'll find out.
Well,